As a premier community in Hampton Roads, James City County strives to maintain a high quality of life for all citizens through sound fiscal management and legislative actions. In an ongoing effort to increase transparency, your Board of Supervisors holds public meetings to garner citizen input before making important decisions. Here's tonight's meeting agenda. Stay tuned. The Board of Supervisors meeting will begin shortly.
Call this meeting of the James City Service Authority Board of Directors, regular meeting to order. Good evening, Mr. Powell. How are you tonight?
Good evening.
Could you please call the roll?
Mr. Eisenhower.
Here.
Mr. Hippel.
Here.
Mr. McGlinnan.
Here.
Ms. Larson.
Here. I do need a motion to allow Ms. Sadler to participate in the meeting remotely due to a medical condition that prevents her from attending in person.
So moved.
Thank you. Mr. Powell?
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Ms. Larson.
Aye. With that, we have a presentation this evening, the James City Service Authority Audit Report by Leslie Rogers. Mr. Powell?
Thank you. Members of the board, you are familiar with Brown Edwards and Ms. Edwards, who's going to present our audit, and I'm just going to turn it over to her. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Roberts.
Good evening. Again, my name's Leslie Roberts. I'm a partner with Brown Edwards, was in charge of the Service Authority's audit. Overall, the audit went well. Everybody was prepared, and we worked through it. There was a major GASB this year regarding leases. Basically, you had to put all your leases on the balance sheet. And so that was some extra work for both your staff and for my staff. But we got through the audit, and on pages 1 through 3 is the independent auditor's report, and we were able to come in and opine on your audit. And if you look at the very first section, the second paragraph is the auditor's opinion. And this is another clean, unmodified opinion. So yes, we were able to come in here, look at your records, and say that they present fairly your balances and your activity. Also, you'll see that there's also a change in accounting principle on there, and you can see that that actually impacts a lot of different disclosures. And of course, like I said, it impacts your financials as well. But just pointing that out to see how pervasive that is throughout your statements. The section, and I always tell you guys about this section that's on page 4 through 9, is management's discussion and analysis. And this is a good high-level comparative, gives some comparative information and really kind of spells out the financials and is easier to read than the basic financials. So that's a good place to spend some time. The basic financial statements are on pages 10 through 13. On page 10 and 11 is your statement of net position. And basically, your statement of net position is like your balance sheet. You've got your assets, your liabilities, and what's left over is net position. And your net position is strong. It's a total of about $190.5 million. Of that, about 70% is a net investment in capital assets, which isn't surprising for a service authority. You would expect that to be fairly high. But what is really good is your unrestricted net position is about 26%. So that's a strong unrestricted position to be in. If you look at the next statement on page 13, is your statement of revenues, expenses, and changes in net position. And if you look at revenues year over year, pretty flat this year. Expenses also pretty flat. However, there was an investment loss, so that's driving a negative change in net position. And I guess that's no surprise to anybody that's been investing in the market this year. But overall, it's kind of a break-even year. So just pointing that out. The notes to the financials start on page 14 and go through page 48. And I'm not going to go into them, but they basically give the reader more information about what the service authority does, where they serve, and some of your accounting policies and balances. If you move on, there's another report on page 87 and 88, and this is a report over internal control over financial reporting. And if we had anything that we ran into during our audit that we considered to represent a material weakness or significant deficiency over financial reporting, it would be in this report. And we did not have any such deficiencies noted. Also, if we had any matters of noncompliance that we noted, they would be noted in this report. And I know I've pointed out this to you in the past, but there are some specific compliance procedures that we have to do related to the Code of Virginia compliance. And so we go through and do those in addition to the financial statement audit. And if we had any findings there, they would be in this report, and we did not have any findings. That's all I have on the audited financials. Moving on to the required correspondence, or typically called the management letter. Oh, well, before I move on, does anybody have any questions on the audited financials? I know it's riveting, but it was not a very remarkable year. It's not a lot to talk about other than the leases, but you'll see that throughout the disclosure. The other documentation, which is typically called the representation letter, is basically required correspondence. A lot of it's boilerplate. Some of the things that aren't boilerplate are on page 1. You can see my contact information, your engagement director's contact information, and your engagement manager, Katie Babb's, contact information. I know these are pretty hot off the press because of the lease disclosures and all that came with that. But if you do have any questions later, feel free to reach out to any of us. We'll be happy to walk you through anything or answer any of your questions. Significant estimates are also pointed out, and also in the first paragraph we talk about the GASB 87 implementation. Anytime you have a new implementation, we point that out. Your significant estimates are your OPEB pension liability estimates. They're based on actuarial studies that have lots and lots of estimates in them. The useful life of your capital assets, which is particularly significant to the service authority because of the level of capital assets they carry. And also around these new lease disclosures and entries, there are some estimates. How long you'll keep the lease, whether you will extend it. There's an implied discount rate that's also an estimate. We didn't have any difficulties encountered during the audit, nor any disagreements with management. And I always tell you, we'd be talking to you earlier if we had any of that going on. Also, we point out that we didn't have any uncorrected or corrected misstatements, so we didn't come in and have them restate anything or make any adjustments. Management's representation letter, what management signs at the end of each audit engagement, just hold harmless letter, is in Appendix A. And there's also a section with GASB pronouncements coming down the pike. And it's fairly lengthy, but I will assure you that we offer a lot of training well in advance of those implementations. And we've been talking about leases for probably 5 or 6 years now before the actual implementation. So we will be collaborating with your staff to help make sure that they're up to speed on all these and give them any assistance they need. That's all I have on both of those documents. Do y'all have any questions?
Thank you. Questions?
I don't have a question, Ms. Roberts, and it's certainly nice to see you again. We were just talking before the meeting about the fact that we usually run into each other at a number of these agencies.
Yeah, I haven't run into you this year.
Just a minor correction on item lowercase Roman numeral 3. I think you've got the Board of Supervisors officials listed as opposed to the Service Authority.
What are you talking about on the list that's,
Where it has the board listed.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just a minor thing.
But I'll make sure, we don't prepare your financials.
Right.
That's part of it that's prepared by staff. But I'll make sure it gets corrected so we
Thanks.
can upload it to,
Yeah.
because we do upload it to the APA.
I just
so
wanted
we
to make
can-
sure that people know who to contact.
Yeah, thanks. Just a
You wanna
great
make
guy
sure
that
you
way.
turn that right around. Okay, I got it. No, I'll make sure that's changed and that a new PDF is sent to the APA.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powell, and thank your staff for their cooperation with that audit. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you. And I would recommend, before you move on, that you
Yes.
accept the findings.
So I
of the
will
audit.
need a
Okay.
motion to adopt the audit findings as presented.
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Powell.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Ms. Sadler.
Aye.
Ms. Larson.
Aye. That moves us to public comment. Do we have any public comment
No,
this
ma'am.
evening? Thank you. Consent calendar. Do need a motion to approve the consent calendar, which includes the adoption of minutes.
Move the adoption of the consent calendar.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. No public hearings this evening.
No, ma'am.
No board considerations. Any board requests and directives? Okay. General Manager's update, Mr. Powell.
All I would like to say is, on behalf of the Service Authority, thank you for your support this year, and we wish you and your families a Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will have a motion to adjourn until 4 p.m. on January 10th, 2023 for the organizational meeting.
So move.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We call this meeting of the James City County Board of Supervisors to order for a regular meeting. Mr. Stevens, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Eisenhower?
Here.
Mr. Eisenhower represents the Jamestown District. Mr. Hippel?
Here.
Mr. Hippel represents the Powhatan District. Ms. Larson?
Here.
Ms. Larson represents the Berkeley District. Mr. McGlinnan?
Here.
Mr. McGlinnan represents the Roberts District and is chair of the board. Sitting to my far left is Adam Kinsman, County Attorney, and I am Scott Stevens, County Administrator, and it's my pleasure to be clerk to the board.
I have a motion to allow Ms. Sadler to participate in the meeting remotely due to a medical condition that prevents her from attending in person.
So moved.
Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Great. Welcome, Ms. Sadler.
Thank you very much.
We now need a motion to amend the agenda to add a consent calendar item for a grant award for the Guardianship Navigator Program.
So moved.
We have a motion. Mr. Stevens, please call the roll.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And just a note to the folks in the audience, if anybody is here to comment on the SUP 220007, Branscome Resource Recovery and Aggregate Storage, the applicant has requested a deferral until March 14th, 2023. So there will not be any action taken on that this evening. All right, so we begin our meetings with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. We ask a young person from our community to lead us in the pledge most frequently, and today that young person is Kara Connor, a fifth grade student at DJ Montague Elementary School and a resident of the Berkeley District. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Larson.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience, Kara, while we went through that first meeting. We appreciate that. Kara is a fifth grade student at DJ Montague. She is the daughter of Jennifer and Chris Connor. She has a sibling, Aiden. Kara is into drama, cooking, baking, and she participates in the chorus and chess club at DJ Montague. Thank you very much for coming out this evening and leading us in the pledge after a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Come up, I have it for you. Right on this side, so I'll hand it to you.
Well, this is one of those moments that Chair of the Board of Supervisors always looks forward to, but also feels a little bit worried about because there are so many people you would like to recognize. This is the opportunity for at the last meeting of the year for me to make awards to, first of all, county staff, and then secondly to members of the public. And so first of all, let me just comment on the fact that we're joined tonight by a number of people wearing red, I see, and delighted to have you here tonight. In my case, it was come to this meeting or grade blue books, so here I am. Let me start with the first award, which is to an individual department or program of the county. And I'd ask the folks from the Housing Department Division and the Neighborhood Development Division to come forward. And while you're doing that, I'm going to give
On up.
guys, come on.
He doesn't bite.
You know, it's always difficult to single out a particular program or department or division, individual for this kind of an award because, frankly, the county government does such a good job in so many different areas, and there's so many dedicated employees and excellent programs. But this year I thought there's been so much attention devoted to the question of affordable housing that it was really a good time to draw attention to the hard work that members of these two offices have been doing to help address that question, especially for some of the most vulnerable people in our community. So let me just talk a little bit about what we're doing here. You know, this year I've selected the Neighborhood Development Division of the Community Development Department and the Housing Division of the Department of Social Services and Housing. The Neighborhood Development Division is described as working to provide safe, decent, and affordable housing to families in our workforce earning up to 80% of the area median income. The division has worked extensively with partners both inside government and among nonprofits and developers to create new housing opportunities. Under the leadership of Vaughn Pollard, the division has worked with Habitat for Humanity to build new homes for families who invest sweat equity in construction of the houses, along with hundreds of volunteers, churches, home builders, and more. They spearheaded the effort to build the first owner-occupied 3D printed house in the world right here in James City County. With the Housing Department, led by Keith Denny, they have partnered on implementing a series of state grants to repair, reconstruct, or replace substantial housing. The Housing Department arranges emergency home repairs and rental assistance, programs to educate first-time home buyers on the process, provides home energy loss prevention programs, and indoor plumbing rehabilitation so that people can find safe housing if they need it and can stay in their homes if they need repairs. For the past couple of years, I've been serving on two teams that have been working to restore or repair or replace substandard housing. The dedication of this group, including people like Marion Payne, Mike Padgett, our dedicated citizen representative Kim Ortner, and so many more, including Jason Purse and Liz Parham and other state and local government staff, demonstrate the commitment of James City County to improving the lives of our citizens by producing safe and affordable housing, even for those with the most limited income. And so I'm very pleased to be able to recognize these two offices for the great work that they have done. And if I can, and maybe would board members like to come around and just join in a photograph?
I will say that the staff that you see up here, they come to work every day. They work very hard. They take their work seriously, and they don't look for recognition. But I appreciate the fact that Mr. McGlennon and the board has taken this opportunity to recognize them because of the hard work that they do. And I know that it's a surprise to them, and they really appreciate knowing the value of their work, and that other people realize it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Let's see. Thanks, Keith.
So if it's hard to single out a particular division or department of the county, you can imagine how hard it is to figure out who's the right individual or group of individuals to recognize in that regard. But this year I really settled on a group that has made a profound impact on this community. Real People Educating Others co-founders, Ronaldo Randall and PJ Piggott. Would they come on up and join us? And if there's anybody else here from the organization, we'd be glad to have them as well. Good to see you. So for the Citizen Ward, I'm pleased to recognize Ronaldo Randall and PJ Piggott, the co-founders of Real People Educating Others, or as they're known in James City County, RPEO. These two products of the Williamsburg-James City County Schools have created a dynamic organization in RPEO that's working in so many ways to provide hope and opportunity, especially to young people. Whether partnering with our Parks and Recreation Department to create a summer athletic camp for kids, organizing community events to meet the needs of those with limited resources, or motivating through their speech and actions to the next generation, they're inspiring leaders who are committed to giving back. Ronaldo and PJ have a knack for pulling together people who know how to get things done and uniting them in a common cause. If you've ever been to their annual back to school event at Lafayette High School, you know what I mean. Hundreds of school backpacks donated by Senator Mason and others, community leaders who let kids know that their hometown is invested in their success. Donated services from haircuts to ID cards to books, pens, and pencils, and a delicious lunch that all make the kids feel welcome and appreciated. They've worked with the Fatherhood Initiative of Child Development Resources, provided mentorship, and helped young students to understand the importance of developing peer-to-peer connections that can last a lifetime. Most recently, this RPEO duo made a return visit to Toano Middle School, which was where they all got started. At least that's what they credit starting it all. Okay. And they shared their success and spoke to the entire student body, providing inspiration and a sense of possibility. Their motivational talents and are remarkable, but when hitched to their ability to get things done, they are a dynamic duo. And it's my pleasure to award you the Chairman's Award for this year.
My name is Ronaldo. I would just like to say thank you to my partner PJ, but also to John and Mr. Hipple as well, and the whole board. Can I get this? Because we didn't put this on our website. That was a good read. So it's good that he's followed us. And we are Williamsburg, James City County babies, and we went away to school. We came back, and we wanted to serve our community and do what a lot of coaches and community members have done for us. And so we're just glad to be recognized for our work. I'm glad to be here today, and glad to see all of you all here that also serve and are interested in the community and what's happening in the community. So thank you to the board, thank you to the audience, thank you to my partner, and to all the volunteers that aren't here with us today. There's a volunteer army behind these two guys, just want you all to know this. So thank you.
Good evening, everybody. PJ Pickett. Just to piggyback real quick on what Renato said, definitely want to thank John. I call him Cool John. And also Mr. Hibble as well. Two individuals that we had a chance and opportunity to meet in the last couple years who's definitely been committed to whenever one phone call away, whenever we have the back to school event that John was mentioning. Definitely, if you haven't been out, we do it every August. It's growing and growing every year. And we just spent last week at Toano Middle School the whole day speaking on growth mindset with the transitioning with kids going from the 8th grade to the 9th, from the 7th to the 8th, from 6th to the 7th. And really our goal is to hit all the middle schools, all the high schools, and really just we feel we have the rapport and the relations, and I think that's what it's taking, what's missing in the school systems as a whole. So thank y'all again, and again, thank John.
Okay, we now move on to public comment, which I think is maybe why some folks are here tonight. Let me begin with public comment from Larry Brennan. And if I ask Mr. Brennan if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself and your address. Appreciate that for the record.
Sure. My name is Larry Brennan. I reside at 4211 Ambassador Circle in Williamsburg.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors for the opportunity to speak today. The reason for my presentation is that after watching last month's board meeting, there was a few items that I believe needed some clarification and also to have some consideration to the board as well. First of all, I want to make it known that we're happy that the county is investing in the marina. It's well needed, and we appreciate it. We've been living through the construction, and I know that they want to accomplish it to be a destination. And I also understand that the covered slips are in bad condition, and there is a fear that snowfall or a nor'easter could cause severe damage. For the record, these slips have been deteriorating from the entire time that the county has owned them. It's not something new, okay? We as boat owners, we've agreed to that risk. The lawyers have put together a very elaborate contract that we have to sign, which states that in the event there's a clause, I'm sorry, I apologize, a limitation clause in our contract. Section 14 states that the owner is aware of the various types of risks involved in keeping a boat in the marina. It further states the owner further agrees that neither JCC nor any of its agents, employees, officers, directors, representatives shall have any liability for any loss, damage, or injury to the person or property. It goes on to whether such loss, damage, personal injury is caused by fire, storm, theft, vandalism, collision, ice, or sinking. There's also an ice clause in there. And the ice clause says during the winter months, owner assumes the risk of any actual or consequential damages caused to the boat by ice shall hold JCC harmless of damage. Also under Section 6, there's an insurance clause that states that all boat owners are required to maintain a $500,000 insurance policy, and JCC is named as an additional insurer. So with 40 boats in there, that's $20 million worth of insurance that's being provided. There was a comment that was made about being on the boat during a snowstorm or a nor'easter, that somebody could actually get hurt if that was to occur. I can tell you that there has never been a boat owner on their boat during any bad storm, ice, nor'easter, or snow. What we do is prior to such is we will make sure that the boats are tied up properly. We will take everything off of the floor of the deck, put it onto our boats to make sure that in the event something happens to the dock, that it's not going to affect floating dock boxes, et cetera, throughout the marina. We take this very serious. Nobody will ever go on a boat when there's going to be a storm. We're mariners. We're not race car drivers. We don't take that type of a risk, okay? And I understand there's a scheduling for removing the docks in February to March timeframe, from what I understand. There was also a suggestion of eliminating the risk of collapsing the docks during heavy snow. Why not use the money to demolish that to remove the roof of the docks? That eliminates the risk of the snow pushing the dock down. The dock is floating, and there is a risk that if you get a heavy snowstorm that it pushes the dock down into the water. But if you remove the roof, you eliminate that risk. It also allows you to maintain $80,000 worth of revenue annually until you can get the others replaced, which would help in the cost of demolition and the new docks. I'm a current slip holder in the covered slips. I own a 1994 Sea Ray Sundancer, 30-foot, with a 10.5-inch beam. For those that aren't familiar with boats, the beam is the width. It's well maintained and fully operational. The reason I mentioned that the boat is well maintained and operable is that during the meeting, I believe it was said that we should reconsider letting non-trailable boats into the marina. Well, just for the record, non-trailable boats is just a boat that's wider than the normal trailer that you can take a boat on the road. It requires a permit for any boat that has a beam or a width of 9 feet or greater. So it's not that they don't operate. And there's also a clause in our contract that states that the owner's obligation that boats must be well maintained and operable.
Mr. Brown.
That's 2 minutes or 20 seconds. I'm going to have to hurry up. For clarification purposes, a non-trailable boat is a boat that normally is larger. There are currently 7 non-trailable boats in the marina today. It's also unrealistic to have us put the boats up on land. We bought boats to use them, and if we put them up on the land, we have HMS load it and then have to take it back down. It's unrealistic and unfeasible. It's $250 to take it out, $250 to put it in. So every time I want to take my boat out.
Mr. Brennan, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to complete your remarks.
Okay. Do I have 2 minutes left?
No.
That was the end of
That wasn't 5 minutes. All right. So very importantly.
So if you would like to continue providing information, we'd be happy to receive any email or telephone conversation.
If I could have 30 seconds, I'll be done.
I'm afraid not, sir. We do need to stick to the time restrictions.
All right. All we're asking is that we be able to move over to the transit slips until they can get the docks fixed. That's all we're asking for.
Thank you.
We'll take consideration for this people. I can't believe it was 5 minutes. Sorry.
Peg Borman.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman McGlennon, members of the board, Mr. Stevens, Mr. Kinsman, Mr. Hurst. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Peg Borman, 17 Settlers Lane, and I live in downtown Lightfoot. And I come here this afternoon to talk to you a little bit more about trash. And I'm very disappointed and disheartened at this time because it seems like everybody is forgetting the rules of the road and just tossing that trash and litter out the window. And I don't know, the truck's going down the road, maybe he's losing even bags of trash. And as Mr. Hibble pointed out, there was a bunch of just gloves up and down the road, so how'd that get there? But maybe there's a contest going on, I'm not aware of it, but you know, to see how much litter and trash that can be accumulated out there before somebody gets out there and picks it up. And I don't know, but there's just too much of it out there right now. And I've driven so many of these back roads and there's trash on them too. So I don't know, maybe it's this Christmas spirit coming unwound or something. But we all need to think about it and put the trash in a container somewhere, not ever out there on the roads, because if everybody would adhere to this, we would have a much cleaner county, and we'd have a pristine county if everybody would just do their part. So, because it costs us taxpayer dollars to go out there and clean up the careless actions of a few people. But the Clean County Commission is still very active, though. And we had the Fix It Fair Recycling Expo in November, celebrating Americans recycling. And we'll do it again next year in November. So if you missed it this year, come out next year. We'll have this annual spring litter cleanup, not your houses, not your garages, not your sheds, but spring litter cleanup for the highways. And that'll be in April. But also, we've done the Clean County Business Awards, which Mr. Eisenhower attended the last one that we did. I'll let him talk on that one. It was very well received, and I've given each of you a card to help us find some more businesses out there in the community. And I hope that that this is my last trash talk for this year, publicly anyway. I'm always preaching it somewhere where I'm at. But Merry Christmas to you all, and may you have a blessed New Year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Borman, and thank you for all the work that you do on behalf of the county to try to deal with this problem that really does seem to be getting totally out of hand.
Well, it's my pleasure to be doing it. I just hope I can continue to do it a few more years. Thank you.
Jay Everson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jay Everson, 6923 Chancery Lane in Colonial Heritage. I know you're going to hear a lot tonight about the 10% raise, which converts into $12 million. I'd like to put the school board's compensation to some perspective here. Believe it or not, over the last 2 years, the total compensation in paychecks is dead even on what the inflation rate has been. This past year, the wages increased by 7.3%, which is an 8.1 increase in pay in aggregate. Inflation, 8.3%, 8.1 versus 8.3. Same holds true over 2 years. One of the things I think that we forget about is that there is a lot of other compensation which is not seen in direct pay. And the issue about health insurance, for example, eating up pay raises is not unique to our teachers or to anybody. I remember when my wife was at the college, we went on, always, that was always an issue. Now, typically over the last decade, for every $2 in direct pay, the school board has been paying about $1 in benefits. This year, it's 70% in direct pay, 30% in benefits. Now that includes, that 30% is $42.5 million this budget year. That is up $2 million from fiscal year 22. The bulk of that is from the VRS, which went up by about $1.4 million this year versus 22, for a total of $14.3 million. The health insurance benefit is the largest driver of benefits at $18.9 million this year. That includes the $1 million for retiree health benefits. One benefit I never did understand, even though I will say that I benefit from it. My family does. Last year was $8.6 million for health insurance. I was a little surprised at this because that's only about $300,000 in increased cost in health insurance. But it should be pointed out that they have 3 health insurance plans currently. One I consider extremely rich. The second one is rich. The third one is more of a 21st century benefit with high deductibles. It seems to me that maybe the people at the school board ought to be looking to get some health insurance relief by looking more at these high deductible plans, such as the county did a number of years ago. The largest driver in the increase is, of course, like I mentioned, is the VRS, because that's up big time. And that will continue to go up over time because the VRS is significantly underfunded. What I found interesting, though, in the budget you approved in the spring, which includes fiscal year 24, the school system will be still $200,000 less in money going from James City County to the school system than in fiscal year 21. I've always found that pretty fascinating that it's actually gone down. It's like it's going to be $103,400, $400,000, I believe it was. Now, the most fascinating thing that came when these folks spoke at the school board was after they spoke, one of the board members asked the superintendent how they did filling up the teacher slots. And she said that 95% of the slots were filled. Now, I think it's without dispute that we're on the low end in the region. But it tells me when you get 95% filled, that people are willing to give up a little money in terms of having a good work environment, which is a credit to the central office and the entire staff at the school board. So I think that we need to remember that we spend $42 million in indirect benefits. Good luck finding these kind of benefits in the private sector today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Everson. John Gulick?
Brought props. Hi, my name is John Gulick. I live at 101 Sheffield Road in Williamsburg. Thank you for having me here. Well, I've invited myself, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you. My intention here was to talk generally about how I felt about teacher salaries here in Williamsburg. However, my thoughts changed a little bit when I watched the school board presentation between the school system and the board of supervisors from last week. In that meeting, as you know and the community knows, was specifically about capital improvements and a general overview of how localities fund and school boards work together with the state to meet funding obligations. What gave me pause so much wasn't disagreeing with the board of supervisors who seemed to disagree with the school board, which was elected by the community, most of them were, and the professionals, educators that are asking for and presenting data saying that this needs a new elementary school in addition to the pre-K space. I understood that, you listened, you disagreed. What really took me back was at the end of that meeting. Last week, a board member, board of supervisors member said, and I wrote down this quote, "We are not going to be able to fund a $12 million increase in salaries." That was a definitive statement that was said at that meeting last week. For the community members here listening, last week's meeting was a joint meeting to discuss, was not the joint meeting to discuss the operating budget. That meeting usually happens, from my understanding, in March of 2023. That is when the community members, represented by the school board and the leadership team, present their operating budget. They present their evidence and ask for their operating budget, the rationale, and the data to support it. I think it also should be noted that the board member used the term "we" in that statement. I guess the board member was speaking for the group, implying that, and then went on to imply that maybe that the funding burden needs to be addressed more so by the state and not the locality. And I don't understand that this is how it works. I may be naive, but I would assume that the board would not make such a definitive statement without a presentation first. Earlier in the presentation, we had a third-party gentleman present kind of a informative overview of how funding works in the state, but in that PowerPoint, he stated that Williamsburg, James City County teacher salary increases have underperformed the region and the state averages since 2009. This is a crisis, and I'm not trying to be hyperbolic and say that, but I do believe that this is caused directly, in part, not only, but by the Board of Supervisors for not meeting these small incremental increases for over a decade, and that's where we is. My question to you is, why do we put it on the state? Why is this locality saying it's the state's responsibility? York County was able to address the problem. Chesapeake was able to address the problem. Norfolk, the city of Newport News, Suffolk, were all able to address the problem. Even the small municipality of West Point beats Williamsburg in 20 out of 30 steps in salaries without some drastic funding from the state to do so. I'm not sure you realize as a board or the community realizes as a board of what this impact is. So again, I brought a prop. I've been teaching for 16 years. This is my 5th year in WJCC. This is the yearbook from when I started at War Hill High School in 2018. Of the 101 staff members in this yearbook, 71 are no longer at the school. We've had a turnover of 3 principals. We've had 7 APs change out. How do you build high quality education with turnover like that, year after year after year? Today, if you go on the school website, there's 13 openings for teachers that need to be filled today in the district. I'm a teacher. I have 120 students. How many students do not have a teacher today in this district? And as a result of not just the board and the school board, but the community letting this build over and over again. A 10% raise given to me does not put me in some elite status of teachers. It doesn't bring me to the top of the food chain. It doesn't bring me to anything. It puts me right kind of 2 steps above where I am now, nothing much compared to my peers in the communities. And I think it's time that you address it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Lynn Parham.
Hello again. Lynn Parham, 634 Chelsea Place, Newport News, Virginia. Good evening, Chairman McGlennon and esteemed board members. My name is Lynn Parham, president of the Williamsburg James City Education Association, which is a lot to say, so we kind of shorten it to just WJCA. I am here tonight speaking on behalf of my members and our lovely community supporters, wearing our red for ed to support our advocacy on staff salary, which is a 10% for WJCC. Here tonight, we rallied together in need to symbolize our passion in our education career, as I am myself a social studies teacher at Jamestown High School in my 5th year of education, and our support for public education. Our schools are a premier factor in James City County and in the city of Williamsburg that should not have a staff salary lower than our neighboring school divisions. Our community in James City County thrives from excellent education from among our wonderful staff in WJCC. But we are seeing our salary gap widen between us and our neighboring school divisions with a teacher shortage. As our main funding partner with the WJC School Division, you are here tonight, and as you heard my lovely colleague mention earlier today, comments and see the community support tonight as we ask you to collaborate with our school division on their upcoming operation budget with funding for a 10% salary increase. Our county here in James City County wants to continue to grow into a multi-generational community. But that will continue to happen as long as we support and fund our schools. As we continue to advocate and support school funding, we ask you to wear your Red for Ed bracelets, which I have asked our clerk to pass around, because our bracelets symbolize what we want. Strong schools make strong communities, which are pushed by strong teachers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown. Andrew Kaysen.
I as well have a prop. My name is Andy Kaysen. I live at 3205 Aaron Thistle. I'm a resident of the Berkeley District. I'm also the treasurer of WJCEA. A personal history of me, I was born in Williamsburg. I grew up off of Croker Road, went to Norge, went to Tuano, then graduated Lafayette. I love this community, and that's why I'm out here tonight. Obviously, you're aware of what we're demanding, which is a 10% raise. And of course, a large part of the budget for that would come from the locality. We're early in the operational budget process, but we're coming to you now to ensure that the conversation has started and that our priorities are clear. The school board already knows where we stand, and I think we have their general support. If I can speak for them, I don't think I have any authority to speak for them here, but just the general comments that were spoken in the last meeting. And they know what we expect the budget to look like for next year. What we hope to accomplish here with the Board of Supervisors is to get your assurance that you will do what needs to be done despite whatever state funding comes down. We know that it's a push and pull between the state and localities and everything like that, and General Assembly is happening next month, and we will be there, just like you will, and we'll be advocating for ourselves as well and for the community. But we want your assurances that you'll give us this 10% raise. Currently, we fund our schools with 47% of the general funds, but if you look at the presentation that was given at the last joint meeting, in the counties that have the similar LCIs, you'll notice that they outfund the schools compared to us, and they have a similar LCI rating. The first one, Fauquier County, they fund their schools at 55% compared to our 47. Albemarle County funds their schools at 59% compared to our 47. I think this further supports my other colleagues mentioned that over time, we have just been kind of neglecting to fund our schools properly in order to keep up with the need to run an all-star school system. Both these locations also have a significantly higher average salary, according to the Virginia Superintendent's Report, Table 19. What these counties prove, along with the financial analysis provided at the joint meeting, is that it's not a matter of lack of resources. We are blessed to live in a prosperous area. But this is a matter of political will. You can blame state funding issues all you want, and we'll blame state along with you. But when they come up short this year, it's pretty clear what the consequences are going to be, and it's pretty clear what the action community needs to take and the action it needs to take. They need to take to ensure our school system is running sustainably and serving all of our children. And we've heard some criticism that you don't like us to use the word demand. And I think that's a little bit superficial critique of what we're trying to do in our campaign here. And it also fails to recognize the dire consequences that are going on. If you were in a boat taking on water, you demand everyone to plug up the holes. And WJCC educators are in that same boat. Special education students have grown by 31%. And I know special education positions are open and they have long-term subs in there right now. Believe me, I work with one right now in my own room. My own inclusion classroom doesn't have a qualified special ed student, right? And these are essential positions. I don't have, we are desperate for bus drivers. We can't change our schedule because we are so limited in terms of what we do. We desperately need instructional aides as well. Teacher burnout is real. And if you look at how far behind we are, behind in the state average in blue, and then WJCC is in red, we've been falling behind for quite some time. Again, we demand this because the situation is dire. Educators will leave for other divisions, or retire early, or leave the profession altogether. Indeed, this is already happening and hurting our most vulnerable students. Ask yourself this: how much more sustainable will our performance be if this continues? I don't see us remaining one of the best school districts in the state if the trends continue. We urge you to commit to our goals of a 10% raise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaysen. Susan Hildrum?
Hello, I'm Susan Hildum. I live at 3090 Cider House Road in Toano, and I'm speaking on behalf of the York, James City, Williamsburg NAACP Education Committee. I'm here to support a raise for our teachers, and this school district has a good reputation, but there is a cost to maintain that reputation. In order to continue attracting quality teachers and to retain them, the pay scale needs to be competitive with surrounding school districts. That is not consistently the case across the career span of our teachers and other staff serving this district. Please invest in the future of our community by funding a significant raise in our school district workforce. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jordan Pertsakis?
All right. Hello, members of the board. My name is Jordan Perasakis. I'm a second-year teacher at War Hill. My mother taught in the district for 19 years and my sister for 7.
Mr. Perasakis, would you mind just indicating your residence?
Oh, sure. 120 Balmoral, Williamsburg, Virginia.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. My sister, brother, and I went through these very schools: DJ Montague, Toano, and Lafayette. I've been privy to or participated in WJCC education for the last 21 years of my life. I'm nearing 30 years old and live with my parents. It is the only tenable way I can save for my future while living in the community I educate. The cost of living has continued to grow in this district while wages lag. I know other teachers who live with their parents or work multiple jobs. I've seen numerous colleagues leave for New Kent and Newport News for better wages, leaving us understaffed or teetering on the brink. We used to be one of the best paid districts in the area. We used to attract copious amounts of highly accomplished teachers, paraprofessionals, and other support staff. WJCC was known as the district teachers came to retire. It was a beloved district that people didn't want to leave. This year, my school started off understaffed, as we did last year. And we have already lost numerous teachers and staff before the semester has even ended. And I know War Hill is not the only place. Teachers talk. I know the district is bleeding. My mother, after teaching for nearly 40 years and retired for the last 2.5, has been asked back into the classroom to help cover the teacher shortage in the district after a Spanish teacher quit mid-year at Lafayette. We also lost a Spanish teacher mid-year ourselves, by the way. The best, most timely method to retain talented teachers, support staff, and the many others who keep the school operating is to approve of this pay raise. It's not an unreasonable amount we're asking for. We're asking for our wages to be brought more in line with the wages of our peers in neighboring districts. And while we're asking for a 10% raise, the other districts are also asking for raises. If we were to receive said raise and no one else did, we would still not be the best paying district. We'd be middling. 10% is the least the district could do for the knowledge and expertise that we provide to be fairly compensated. And if the district is unable, I foresee more and more staff leaving for greener pastures. It's financially irresponsible for us, in the interests of our families, to continue to work here while nearby districts pay better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Joel Schiff?
Good evening, everyone. I live at 5169 Queen Bishop Lane in Williamsburg. Our children are our most important asset. More important than shopping centers, more important than new roads, more important than sports complexes, more important even a new complex for the county administration. We have to ensure that we here in James City County have the best school system that we can possibly have. And one of the important things is to compensate our teachers so that we can attract the best teachers, and some have spoken to retain the teachers that we have. We have to do this. We have no choice. Otherwise, we fall behind. There are dark forces out there who are trying to destroy our public schools. I think we know all about it. There have been a lot of school board meetings that have been disrupted, and they're trying to do things like removing books from the library and changing the standards of learning to leave out a lot of important things that our children need to learn. So we must support public education, all of us, all citizens of James City County, and we have to ensure that we get the best teachers we can by providing this salary increase. So I urge you to go ahead, however you have to do it, you've got to find the money to pay our teachers what they need to be paid. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Emery?
Hello, my name is Laura Emery. I live at 4635 Town Creek Drive in Newtown, and I want to thank you for allowing me to speak with you tonight as a community member in support of a 10% raise for these hardworking teachers. Now, I come from a long line of educators, so I've always had a great appreciation for how important teachers are, especially today after all the hardships and pressures they have endured during these past pandemic years. As we all know, Virginia, like the rest of the country, is facing a teacher shortage causing vacancies, larger sizes of current classrooms, and according to the survey beginning at the beginning of the year by the National Education Association, insufficient salaries, low wages, was one of the biggest reasons teachers considered leaving their careers. And today, more than ever, we need to keep the highly qualified teachers we actually have in the classroom and encourage them to stay. So I'm asking you to please listen to them, let them teach, give them the tools and the resources to be successful and to support their needs both in and out of the classroom. Now, I've listened to these teachers here in Williamsburg who struggle to actually afford to live in the community that they serve. Many have to work extra jobs just to survive, so they should be fairly compensated to reflect the cost of living in our area and support the ever-increasing post-pandemic costs. When doing my research on teacher wages, I was actually shocked to learn that Virginia is the third worst state in the nation when it comes to the pay gap when comparing teacher salaries to other college-educated professionals, with Virginia teachers making nearly 33% less, which is unacceptable for these highly educated professionals who we are entrusting to teach, mentor, and guide our children in their educational growth. Educators should always be considered the most valuable, important professionals, even if they are rarely ever compensated for their hard work and dedication to our children's education. So I'm here to ask for your support. You have the ability to make a difference. You should therefore please honor every single school employee with a minimum of a 10% raise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I apologize, Marco Sardi, is that correct? Or?
Good evening, I'm Marco Sardi. I live at 4008 Governor Square. I'd like to apologize if my handwriting was not fully legible.
Listen, I make my students type their exams now, so anything works.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Marco Sardi. I'm a teacher at Jamesville Middle School, and I am the vice president of the Williamsburg-James City Education Association. I wanted to speak today in support of a 10% raise for WJCC employees for next school year. We are in a dire need for an increase in wages to stay competitive with neighboring divisions, as you've heard this evening. I am very passionate about education, and it is on behalf of the teachers, staff, and the students that I ask you to support funding this increase. To be blunt, we are not in a sustainable pattern given the last 10 years of pay stagnation. Last year, we did receive a 7% increase on average, but that was a cost of living increase. My salary did not move up on the pay scale of WJCC. I was only given compensation for inflation. when you take into account that my health insurance cost went up by $15 a month, I actually received a slight pay cut to stay in this district. While the state has budgeted for some of the 10% that we are asking for, it will fall to the board to approve the majority of the funds to make up the difference in cost. As an average citizen, I will not have any pretenses of having financial expertise or special knowledge of the very complicated and vital work that you all do to keep my water running and my lights on. I do, however, like to do my due diligence when speaking publicly in looking into the facts and figures available to me in an attempt to grasp the size of the issue, comparing historic patterns of spending, and where we once could solve these issues in the past, as funding schools is a truly evergreen topic for all boards. Over the past 20 years, property taxes have fallen 4 cents per $100. While I know many citizens are grateful, myself included, for the deflation of the tax, it would appear that this rate may not reflect the current needs of James City County if there truly are no other avenues for funding this increase. Since home value reassessments are not until next year, I would point out that current reserve funds for the county are higher than usual by about 2 to 3%. I would ask you to consider a one-time allocation of these funds to assist for a payment of a raise as a holdover until property values can be reassessed for next year, when a better discussion at a better time can be had about said property values and or what provisions can be made in the budget to continue to fund this increase. I hope you will consider how we can work together as a community to solve this issue, and I urge you to support an increase of 10% to WJCC staff. I was asked to teach here coming from Pennsylvania. A friend of mine lauded the community and lauded the work environment of this district, and I'm very happy to report that she was not exaggerating. I feel extremely welcome in this community as a second-year teacher. Unfortunately, if I had a family to support, I could not afford to live here given my current job title. The students deserve teachers who can focus on teaching and not if they can put food on the table, even if I myself can afford to do so as a single man. I thank you for your time this evening and hope you will consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sard. Well, that concludes our public comments, and appreciate everybody coming out tonight and sharing your thoughts with us. As you may know, in January, we will have a public hearing on the budget for the next coming year, and that will begin our process of looking at expenditures and revenues. And certainly we expect that you will be paying close attention to that and continue to provide your feedback. Okay, let's move on then to our consent calendar. We have just, I'll just wait a moment if folks are going to head out.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
typically I do not comment on public comment because I don't feel it's a back and forth. But I would like for something to be clear. I was the person that was being pointed out this evening, and what I said at the joint meeting was that we would need to work together with the school board in order to look at a 10% raise. It was not that I did not speak for the board and say that we were equivocally not doing, but we would need to work together with our partners with the school board. And since we do not have their budget yet, we do not know what they are coming forward with. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Okay. So we have one item on our consent calendar this evening. The one item we added earlier this evening, it is a grant award from the Williamsburg Health Foundation for $55,000 for the Guardianship Navigator Program. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion for approval?
Motion for approval. Mr. Stevens, you call the roll, please.
Mr. Eisenhower? Aye. Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, great. So we'll now move on to public hearings, and let me recognize our Planning Commission member, Rich Croft, is here this evening to participate in the meeting. We're going to start with our first public hearing, and we have Liz Parham to talk about our first item, which is the Mainland Farm Management Agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Thanks, Ms. Parham.
Before you is a resolution to enter into an agreement with Wrenwood Farms for them to continue operation of Mainland Farm at 2881 Green Springs Road as a working farm. As you know, the subject parcel is subject to a perpetual conservation easement held by the Williamsburg Land Conservancy, limiting use of the property to agricultural or forestal uses. The county has worked with Wrenwood since 2013, and the current agreement is set to expire at the end of this year, which is why this is coming back before you. Staff recommends that the county enter into a new agreement largely under the same terms as the current. Wrenwood will continue to pay the county $14,725 annually, and the term of the new agreement will be for 5 years with the option of 2 5-year renewal terms. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Parman? I know Wrenwood Farms has done an excellent job out there. We have no issues that have come up at all with them.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Not, then let me go ahead and open the public hearing. Do we have any cards? No speaker cards. So close the public hearing and look for the board for direction.
Motion for approval?
Motion for approval. Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay. Now move on to SUP 220019, 4090 Ironbound Road, detached accessory dwelling.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
Evening, Ms. Condon.
Mr. Hoa Huyn has applied for a special use permit at 4090 Ironbound Road to allow for a detached accessory apartment. This property is zoned R2 General Residential and is designated Low Density Residential on the 2045 Comprehensive Plan Land Use Map. The applicant currently occupies the single-family dwelling on the property. The accessory structure is 896 square feet, and the proposed apartment will be 394 square feet of the total structure. The remaining portion of the structure will continue to be used as a garage. The R2 General Residential Zoning District permits detached accessory apartments as a specially permitted use in accordance with Section 24-32B of the James City County Code. Staff has reviewed the proposed design and finds that all requirements have been met. Staff also finds this proposal to be compatible with surrounding development and consistent with the 2045 Comprehensive Plan. At their November 2nd regular meeting, the Planning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval of the special use permit to the Board of Supervisors, subject to the proposed conditions. Staff finds this proposal to be compatible with surrounding development and consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance. Staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors approve this application, subject to the proposed conditions. I am happy to answer any questions you may have, and a representative of the applicant is available as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Anybody have any questions for staff at this point? If not, let me ask Mr. Kropp if you would speak to us about the Planning Commission's consideration of this case.
Evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As you heard, we did vote on November 2nd, 7-0 to recommend approval of the SUP. And the feeling was not only did this use meet the SUP criteria, but it was to provide housing for an elderly parent was an ideal use of the facility. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions anybody has?
I normally don't go with sunset clauses, but there was nothing spoke about that during the meeting, or, you know, a time limit, because SUPs go with the land. Would there be, did y'all discuss anything as far as?
No, sir, not in this particular case. Previous cases, sunset clauses have come up with short-term rentals, but converting this to an accessory apartment didn't raise any of those concerns.
I'm not against it. I just know we did one on Centerville, and it was just like this, and it was going to be for the mother, and then the mother didn't move in, and then it turned out to be a tourist home, and you know that, you know, I remember that case, and
Yes, sir.
you know, it was a, you know, hey, I need to put my mom in there. She can't take her. And I agree. Hey, if you keep your mom and dad close to you and on the property and take care of them, I'm all for it. I think it's a wonderful idea. You know, but that ended up that, okay, we got it built and mom didn't want to move into it. And now we're going to turn it into a tourist home. And I just want to make sure if that happens, that comes back to us. staff or anybody, can you let me know, would that be something that if this changes a use, which a lot of times people will change use, not meaning to change use, not thinking they're changing a use.
To operate as a short-term rental, it would need to come in as another application.
Okay, would they know that? Because, you know, sometimes people think, well, I can rent it. I got my dad in there and my dad no longer needs it anymore. And so I might as well rent it as a short term. And they wouldn't be trying to get around anything. It would just be, well, why couldn't it be used as that? You know?
Yes, the applicant is present this evening, and I'm happy to walk them through that as well.
Okay. That's the only thing I noticed the one on Centerville kind of morphed into a tourist type home that was set up to, not saying they're going to do this at all. And I think it's a great thing, and I have no problem supporting it, but just wanted to make sure that, you know, that everybody knows what, you know, they don't come back and get hung up and say, hey, you knew this, you should have known this, and now we've got something different. Just trying to close those holes.
Absolutely, I'll walk them through that.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, I will go ahead and open the public hearing. Any cards? No cards here, so close the public hearing. And ask the board for any comments or direction.
I'll move the motion for approval.
A motion to approve the resolution. So, Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. We now move on to the third public hearing, which is SUP 220015, 7294, and 7296 Richmond Road Pivot Energy Solar Project. And Mr. Reisinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Mr. Buzz Becker of Pivot Energy has applied for a special use permit to construct a solar farm on an approximately 64.9 acre portion of parcels located at 7294 and 7296 Richmond Road.
And before we go on, Mr. Reisinger, let me just make clear that it is the staff's recommendation that we consider this in conjunction with the fourth public hearing, which is AFD 220017, which is the staff report next, but you're going to make this one presentation.
Correct.
We will vote separately on the two cases. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Clarification. Will we be voting on the withdrawal first and then the final? It would almost seem like the way we've got them in the lineup, we'd be voting or approving, and then if there's
right
the withdrawal, if that withdrawal doesn't go through, then that would.
Right. Absolutely correct point. So we'll consider item number 4 first in order of voting on these two matters.
Thanks, sir.
The parcels are zoned A1 General Agricultural and designated Economic Opportunity on the 2045 Comprehensive Plan Land Use Map and are located outside the primary service area. The property located at 7296 Richmond Road is not located within an AFD. However, the property located at 7294 Richmond Road is currently within the Hill Pleasant Farm AFD. As part of the 2022 AFD renewal process, the owner withdrew 42 acres of that property from the AFD. After the renewal period closed, the applicant recognized the need to withdraw an additional 10 acres from the AFD for stormwater facilities, and this withdrawal proposal does require board approval since it occurred after the renewal period. Withdrawal requests outside of the renewal period are considered per the criteria listed in the Board of Supervisors policy governing the withdrawal of properties from AFDs. The criteria are: the request is caused by a change in circumstances that could not have been anticipated at the time the application was made for inclusion in a district, and this has historically been interpreted as death of a property owner. Second being the request would serve a public purpose as opposed to the proprietary interest of the landowner that could not otherwise be realized upon expiration of the AFD. Staff interprets a public purpose as using the land for a public facility such as a school or fire station. The request would not cause damage or disruption to the existing district. The AFD would continue to meet the minimum acreage requirements if this withdrawal is approved. If the request for withdrawal is in conjunction with a proposal to convert the land use of a property to a different use than is currently in place on the property, the new land use would be in conformance with the comprehensive plan. Solar farms are not specifically identified as a compatible land use in the economic opportunity designation, but they may serve as a transitional land use until market forces determine a more intense economic use. Staff finds that this application would not cause a disruption to the AFD and that the proposed land use would be a transitional use within the EO designation. However, staff finds that this proposal is not caused by an unforeseen change in circumstances and that the request would not serve a public purpose. Since it does not meet all the criteria in the board's withdrawal policy, staff recommends denial of this withdrawal request to the Board of Supervisors. At the October 20th AFD Advisory Committee meeting, the committee recommended approval of this withdrawal request by a vote of 7-0. And at the November 2nd Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the withdrawal request by a vote of 5-2. Regarding design, the proposed solar farm facility will consist of ground-mounted arrays of solar panels mounted on single-axis trackers to orient the arrays toward the direction of the sun. All new utilities will be placed underground, and the solar farm will connect to an existing overhead utility line on the property. The applicant stated that the lease will be for 21 years with an option to extend for an additional 10 years. Staff has proposed conditions to mitigate impacts from this proposal. These proposed conditions will require access to the facility during construction to be from the existing easement along the railroad connecting to Peach Street. Once the site construction is complete, normal-sized vehicles can access the site from Richmond Road, but oversized vehicles will still be required to utilize the Peach Street entrance. Construction activities such as pile driving, clearing, and grading have limited hours of operation per the SUP conditions. A 50-foot vegetated buffer is shown along the perimeter of the development, with the buffer being increased to 75 feet along areas nearest to Richmond Road. The 2045 Comprehensive Plan Land Use Map designates the property economic opportunity. The comprehensive plan does not specifically identify solar farms as a compatible use. Therefore, staff has reviewed this application as a transitional use given the limited lease on the property. According to Virginia Code Section 15.2-2232, unless a utility facility is shown on the adopted comprehensive plan or other master plans for the county, the local planning commission and a governing body shall review the facility to determine whether the location, character, and extent of the project is substantially in accord with the adopted comprehensive plan. The Planning Commission voted 5-2 to find the application consistent with the 2045 comprehensive plan. At its November 2nd meeting, the Planning Commission voted 5-2 to recommend approval of the SUP to the Board of Supervisors. Since the Board of Supervisors packet has been published, further clarifying edits have been made to condition number 28 for consistency with state code. Should the Board of Supervisors approve AFD-22-0017, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors approve SCP-22-0015, subject to the proposed conditions. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have, and the applicant team is also available.
Thank you, Mr. Reisinger. Mr. Kraft, would you like to address the Planning Commission's actions?
Evening once again, and if this format's acceptable to you, I was going to report out on the Planning Commission discussion on AFD withdrawal, answer any questions you may have, and then summarize the Planning Commission discussion on the project itself. Is that how you'd like to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. As you heard, the Planning Commission voted 5-2 to recommend approval of the AFD withdrawal. And the main reason was there was a disagreement with the staff interpretation of whether the application met all four criteria in the Board of Supervisor policy for out-of-cycle AFD withdrawals. And two of the elements of concern was the requirement that the request was based on unforeseen circumstances. And during the meeting, the applicant expressed the fact that when they were putting this application together, they knew that there was a pending change to some stormwater criteria that could affect the impervious cover associated with solar panels. And the change was being discussed at the state level, but at the time the application went in, that had not been formulated. And so the applicant went through, again, this is reported to the Planning Commission with the application based on the circumstances at the time. However, that subsequently changed, and the feeling at the Planning Commission was that in September, the applicant, in September, 42 acres were withdrawn from the AFD for this project, and then subsequently 10 additional acres were requested for the withdrawal. And the feeling was that had the circumstances been completely known at the time, that the full 52 acres would have been requested in September when that initial withdrawal took place anyway. Historically, the definition of unforeseen circumstances dealt with the death of the landowner, and the Planning Commission felt that was a bit too narrow. The other concern was that one of the board conditions was that the withdrawal be used to serve a public purpose. And again, historically, the public purpose had been viewed as the construction of a fire station or a school or some similar facility. But the Planning Commission felt, the majority of the planning commissioners felt that providing a solar power grid for the public to connect to did meet the criteria that it would serve a public purpose. And so we felt that the initial interpretation was a bit too narrow and that this did meet those criteria. So that's why the majority of the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval of the withdrawal. Those dissenting expressed the biggest concern was that this particular type of use would tie up an EO designated parcel for over 20 years, and the use for solar panels were not specifically addressed in the comprehensive plan anyway, but this is, as you heard staff report say, this was a transitional use until a more robust economic development package could come forward. And so for those reasons, we voted 5-2 to recommend approval of the withdrawal. I'm happy to answer any questions on that phase of this report.
Thanks, Mr. Croft. Anybody have any questions?
I have a few. If I heard it right, we've got some stuff in place that says, okay, if this happens, we'll do this. If this happens, we'll do that. But the Planning Commission decided it was too narrow, so they broadened it out to pass it. Am I catching that correct? I don't want to get anybody in a jam anywhere.
Yes, the two elements being that unforeseen circumstances had historically been defined as the death of the property owner, and we thought that this was a little bit more far-reaching, and then the public use. Yes, sir.
Okay, and I can the longer I sit on the board, sometimes I wonder why we make certain decisions and why we put certain things in place and then we change them or decide that, okay, this will kind of fit this and this will kind of fit that. And I'm wondering, why we would spend the time saying these are the definitions and then go, well, let's not follow them this time. And, there's been no death. There's no firehouse, nothing that's going to be put on this land. It couldn't be. It wouldn't serve a purpose as anything like that. And I'm not picking on this piece of land. Maybe we need to go back and look at what we would approve and broaden those areas of okay, a death or certain circumstances or a public use of X, maybe this falls under that public use. Not saying anyone did anything wrong, just trying to broaden that out and saying maybe we should look at those items and change them in a way that, helps some of the other things as they come along. Might be easier in the long run. Just my 2 cents there. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could, please.
Yes, Ms. Sadler.
Yeah, Mr. Croft, did I understand you correctly in that they were waiting for some ruling in the state to determine how many acres they would need to pull? I was sorry, the line was breaking up a little bit, so I was missing a little bit of what you were saying about that. Could you explain that again?
Yes, Ms.
As
Sadler,
what they were waiting on?
and I don't want to speak for the applicant. It was our interpretation during the Planning Commission meeting that the original 42-acre withdrawal from the AFD that took place in September was in accordance with the calculations that had been made for the requirements for impervious cover or pervious cover on the site. And then subsequent to the September AFD withdrawal, the state refined the requirements for the calculation, and that resulted in an increase based on the impervious cover of the solar panel. And as a result, to accommodate the number of solar panels in the plan, they needed the additional acres for the drainage to comply with the new state requirements. And again, I don't want to speak for the applicant, but that was how the Planning Commission, the majority of the planning commissioners interpreted that at our November meeting.
Thank you. Did you interpret as to whether? And again, I understand you're not speaking for them. Did you come away with the thought that perhaps they may have known? Did anyone know that this was pending and that could affect the AFD number of acres to be withdrawn? Was this something pending at the time?
My interpretation or my impression was that there was discussion at the state level, but it was just in a discussion phase. And at the time the application was submitted, there had been no change to the stormwater or the stormwater criteria. And so the applicant proceeded based on the existing regulations, which is why the Planning Commission felt that this did qualify technically as a change in circumstances after the state modified the calculations required for the impervious cover.
Was there any discussion that you recall that perhaps they would just go ahead and from the get-go and make an additional, increase that number from 42 to the 52 early on so they wouldn't have to come back? Was there any discussion about that?
No, ma'am, there was not.
Okay, thank you for your help.
Any other questions?
No. When you guys were talking about the AFD withdrawal, I gather you did the same thing we're doing here. You talked about the AFD withdrawal first, and then you went to the actual application.
Yes, sir.
Was there any discussion of what would occur if the AFD withdrawal were denied, and how that would affect the application as to whether it would had the potential to go forward as with a smaller footprint or what?
I vaguely remember there was some discussion about that, but I don't know that, I don't recall a definitive answer at that particular point on the impact on the applicant, whether the reduction in solar panels would significantly adversely affect the project.
Any other questions on this? Nope. All right, so then let's move on to the
To the project itself?
project itself, yes.
Yes, sir. The Planning Commission did vote 5-2, again, same vote, to recommend approval of the project. Those voting in favor felt that it was consistent with the comprehensive plan, the 2045 comprehensive plan, and commissioners also felt that it supported state and federal initiatives to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and decarbonize energy production. And so those were the main reasons for voting recommending approval. Those recommending denial, again, the same as the AFD withdrawal case, is the fact that it was tying up over 20 acres of economic opportunity designated property that couldn't be, it would tie up for more than 20 years property that was designated economic opportunity in the comprehensive plan, and that this was not specifically defined as an EO use, but rather viewed as a transitional use. So those were the two major arguments for and against recommending approval. I'm happy to answer any additional questions you all may have.
Any other questions from Mr. Croft? No, thanks very much.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions for staff? Seeing nobody?
I'll probably have some after a while, but I'll wait and hear what everyone else has to say.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing, which I just did, and so we have Buzz Becker from the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, just to make sure that it's clear that you're opening up the public hearing for both SUP 220015 and AFD 220017. So anybody have anything to speak on either of those can do that.
Right.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good to see you, supervisors. My name is Buzz Becker. I'm here from Pivot Energy tonight, representing the applicant. Here and happy to speak to you about the AFD withdrawal request and the associated solar energy project tonight. Next slide, please. Before we get into, and I have my presentation before you tonight structured in a similar format, first considering the AFD withdrawal and then talking about the project and the permit more specifically. But first wanted to share a little bit more about Pivot. I think hopefully some of this information has gotten to you ahead of time, but this type of project, this 5 megawatts or less, especially a community solar project, is absolutely within our wheelhouse. And it's the type of project that we have years of experience across many states. I'm based in Virginia. I've been doing these type of projects since 2017. I live in Charlottesville, so short drive away. But these community solar projects or commercial rooftop are really our wheelhouse. Speaking a little bit more about the company, something that I'm really proud of and originally attracted to me is we're a certified B Corporation. And so that is a type of company that is held to higher standards of our environmental impact, our social impact. Most of that is investment in the communities that we do our work, and the governance standards. And so I can follow up with countless examples of the type of local investment we've done in our projects. And again, it's that people, planet, and profit triple bottom line philosophy. And one thing that I think, especially as leaders in the community, that is meaningful about this project is that we would be the long-term owner and operator. I think there's many different ways to be involved in solar, and a lot of them are great. It's a climate change, and fighting it through projects like this is a big task, and we need a lot of people in the fight. But when we talk about conditions tonight, when we talk about holding this project to standards of further diligence before we can break ground, I think it makes a difference that it will be Pivot Energy that will be the company you're holding accountable to. So it'll be us through the life of the project until it's decommissioning. Next slide, please. Oh, it will. Great. Yeah, that gets annoying. You say next slide, huh? Okay. For your consideration tonight, supervisors, first want to talk about the AFD withdrawal and appreciate from the Planning Commission a little bit of the onboarding. I think there are a few details I want to refine there, and certainly we'll kind of go blow by blow, especially on that question about is this something we could have seen coming. Just as a frame of reference, I'm sure this was in your packet, but you'll see the blue line here. If it's purple, forgive me, I'm colorblind, but blue or purple line shows the existing limits of that AFD withdrawal that was done this summer. And then you'll see in the red there, that is the expanded 10 acres. So certainly not taking a big new chunk out of anywhere, just trying to accommodate based on the revised site plan with that new information. We'll talk about how we got there. If I need to go back a slide, scroll the other way. Oh, we can scroll. Okay, great. Mr. Reisinger has already given you these withdrawal criteria. Certainly these are, I'm sure you can recite these in your sleep, but what I'm gonna do, not go through these alphabetically, but go through where there's the most agreement between all the various stakeholders in the process of the withdrawal before this got to you. So the simplest one, criteria C, this is arithmetic. If these 10 acres are withdrawn, the district is in no threat of being dissolved and the criteria is met. Additionally, I did want to call out, as was referenced earlier, only our southern larger parcel is in the AFD district. And so our landowner, kind of as a sign of good faith, say, hey, if we are able to go forward and withdraw these 10 acres that's needed for the project, they were interested in, even out of cycle, going back to the AFD and submitting some of the acres from that northern parcel, just to show some goodwill there. So I did want to call that out. Going to criteria D, again, planning staff, commission, AFD committee, all in agreement. This is a great transitional use for EO zone. Of course, there is a neighboring parcel immediately to our south that has the same designation and has that previous county approval for the same exact use. And getting the 2232 approval from the Planning Commission last month does affirm this comp plan conformance. Getting into criteria B, and this is where we're talking a little bit, it's this definition of what public purpose means. And if we go to the source of where this idea of public purpose comes from, there's actually a federal regulation that defines it, and it's the purpose of providing facilities or services for the benefit of the public in connection with, but not limited to, health, safety, or welfare. Staff provided that it has to be a school or a fire station. It's our understanding that means that only government-owned property could ever get an AFD withdrawal. We didn't think that made sense, and we think that there's many ways that you can fit a public purpose. And so Planning Commission and the AFD committee agreed with us, and we believe that the infrastructure investment, and we'll be talking later about this is a shared solar project, there's utility bill savings that come from this project. That is certainly a public purpose. So we think the criteria is met. Then the last one, and this one I'd ask for patience because we're gonna go blow by blow, but I think it's important to understand how we got there. So it's the change of circumstance that could not be foreseen. Similar to the public facility, the interpretation of death of a property owner is not in your AFD criteria policy. That's just something that's been added as an interpretation from staff. If you go to that source policy that was implemented in 2010, it has no mention of death of a property owner. In fact, it cites that there might be other considerations that you might think about to interpret those criteria as needed. So certainly we would hope that our property owner could be alive and well and still have some anticipated change in circumstance. Let me walk you through specifically what that was. So when we put together our site plan in the spring, late spring of this year, we used your most recent approved SUP for a solar project as our guidelines for that design. So March 2022, as you know, your most recent approved SUP for a solar project. We took those conditions as a little bit of a rubric, knowing, hey, this is the standard that James City County Board of Supervisors want to see for similar type projects. Great. That was the design. As this was going on, there was guidance memo from the Department of Environmental Quality that talked about a new approach to stormwater management for solar facilities. This was only a guidance document. In fact, in that guidance document at the time, it specifically said that projects that have already submitted interconnection requests, such as ours, would be exempt from those regulations if they were to be finalized and implemented. So it's our understanding that even if that did get implemented, and there's been a lot of public pushback, even from commercial real estate, because it wasn't just solar development. So what they're essentially saying is the entire square footage of the panel is considered impervious surface, as if it were concrete on the ground. As you know, these are tracking panels. I mean, essentially the steel beam is where you're actually breaking the ground. And so this is still an open question. This is not finalized guidance from DEQ, and so we did not design a project for what we did not believe would apply to us. When we withdrew the acres that we did, we wanted to maintain as much of our acres in the AFD as possible, because of course it was an open enrollment period. We could have pulled the whole property out and it wouldn't have been discretionary. But we wanted to maintain as much as possible, so we designed it that way. That was finalized on July 26th, and of course approved by you in September. And we did not get any condition from planning staff to allude to the implementation of that DEQ at the time guidance until August 29th. So it's just a month later. There's no way we could have known that staff was going to come with conditions that were not finalized by the state, that we did not understand ourselves to be subjected to, or that we thought we would be grandfathered in, and design a project based on that. But that's not to say that we've worked with staff great. We've had several follow-up meetings and said, hey, understood. James City County has a very robust stormwater staff. We want to work with them and say we have a project that can work with everyone. And while we've been revising that design, we could not get to the point within the limits of our previous AFD withdrawal that met what staff was recommending for stormwater management. We still believe that when the final guidance comes out, it will be different than what staff is proposing. But what we wanted to do in coming back with this AFD withdrawal is say, hey, we'll do the maximum footprint to satisfy staff as needed, even though we think that might not end up being the case from a state regulatory guidance standpoint. But of course, we did not get that guidance from staff until over a month after that window is closed. So that is certainly a change in circumstance that we could not have anticipated. The Planning Commission in their majority agreed with us. The AFD committee in a unanimous vote agreed with us, and we believe that criteria is met.
So can I just go back here for 1 second
Sir.
On that and just make sure I understand this?
Yep.
We don't actually have formal guidance from the state on that matter at this point?
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it is not finalized. And if I may, I'm gonna just grab a Gatorade real quick.
Can I get one question?
Sir,
in
please.
While you're on this as well. So they're saying that as your panel moves and adjusts and all that.
Yep.
They're basically saying, okay, we're figuring this panel this size.
Yep.
With a stick underneath it.
Yep.
And saying that's your coverage area.
Yep.
It's sometimes this panel's like this.
Correct.
But when the panel's like that.
Yep.
You're saying now that this is really the space. It's not this.
Correct. So in effect, because the natural kind of drip based on the tilt of the panel at the given time of the day, you're not going to have a fixed place where you have runoff of rain, as if you would if it was impervious surface.
Right.
But what the guidance from DEQ at the time that the staff conditions were based on assumed a zero angle. So it assumes, straight up to the sky, which would be worst case scenario if they were fixed like that, but they're not. And then of course they're not literally on the ground, like it's vegetated ground cover.
Because I compare it somewhat to houses.
Sure.
Whether your roof's like this or your roof's like this.
Yes.
Your square footage is still the same.
Mm-hmm.
So that square footage would be the same whether it's like this or like this, because it could be in a storm at this point,
Yep.
which is the worst.
Yep.
Or it could be like that. So you would take the square footage of actual area.
Yep.
Would be I would think, I'm not at that level, but
Yeah.
I would think that's why they'd calculate it as that square footage like you do a house.
Yeah.
If you got a high pitch, it doesn't matter.
Uh-huh.
You're still considering the square footage.
And I think, and certainly, so we have Megan Heckel from Kimley Horn, who's our stormwater expert. Happy to bring her up and engage in some of those things too. I think the question would be, that assumes that anything under the panel is not pervious surface. And so because you have under that panel, essentially almost the entire square footage under that panel is vegetative ground cover, that's pervious surface. So that is not impervious surface as the calculation would assume that would send the stormwater running. And I think that's the question right now, is how are we actually addressing the discharge of the stormwater?
Right, and I'd consider that like what's around it as a yard with a house. You're gonna get X amount of rain at a certain time, but that's for them to decide. I'm just trying to figure out as we go along, just comparing the two to give me a basis.
Yeah. Well, and that's the good thing I think about the withdrawal is if this were to be approved, we would be able to build with the absolute worst case scenario.
Right.
In our opinion, is quite over-engineered, but worst case scenario.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Moving on to the SUP consideration before you tonight. Wanted to bring up the site plan. Certainly you've seen this many times and county staff already spoke to this. So we do have in total a 4.75 megawatt project. In the northern smaller parcel is 1 megawatts, and the southern larger parcel is 3.75 megawatts. As mentioned, connecting to the existing three-phase infrastructure along Richmond Road on an existing overhead path of power over the railroad track. One thing I did want to call out is that we have a 75-foot deep buffer. I know it is called out that we have 75 feet on the west here and 50 most other places being constituted of existing tree line, but we did plus that up to 75 feet, knowing that the two Campbell's properties here are our two residents of Butters that have the most potential impact from here, and it's a family that we've engaged with a lot through this process. So happy to come back to this. It's a frame of reference if we have any questions about the site. But what's really nice about pulling that back is, sometimes hard to tell. I guess you do a lot of these, so you probably appreciate a satellite image, but that's an at-scale football field. And we'll take a look at what view shed looks like and how distance really impacts that. But for those of you who've been to the property know at least any kind of view shed impact from Richmond Road. I mean, this berm is significant. It is literally impossible to see anything on this property from Richmond Road. Looking at a quick view shed analysis from the parcel boundary there, so of the Campbells at the edge here. This was the summer in between the corn and soybean. We have a little engineering schematic to discuss the composition, at least in a categorical way, of that vegetative buffer. Certainly that is in your conditions proposed to you and would be in consultation with county staff. I did want to call out, and so maybe the reason I call this out in the site plan, this corner here, just as a frame of reference in your mind's eye, would be the start of that array. And so when I come back down here, it's this corner here or this corner edge here is the beginning. So it's that 300 plus feet. So when I put my mid-size SUV, I mean, things get really tiny. Here we have a digital rendering of what that view shed looks like. In another way, beyond going deeper than is required by your ordinance, a condition that our evergreen trees, which is 50% of the proposed buffer, have to be 8 feet tall at the time of planting. I'm sure you've seen these very large projects, much larger than ours, throughout the northern neck area that have these little shrubs, these tiny little shrubs that are great deer food. And they don't do anything in terms of obscuration, but this is a very different situation there. Benefits to James City County, I'm going to hit them at a high level and then dig in, because I think especially this being the first shared solar project that's before you, there's some real great economic impacts to your community, even setting aside the revenue to the county's fiscal situation. We are offering a roughly 20% discount to local Dominion residential customers, most, if not all of which we want those to be low to moderate income customers, and I'll break down how that discount works and how the shared solar works here in a sec. Certainly, this is a great transitional use to increase the revenue from the project over 9 times without obligations like kids in the school districts or what have you. And we are committed to hosting job fairs in James City County for the positions created. So I don't want to keep harping on this. A lot of the themes you've heard from other speakers tonight, but happy to answer more questions. Here's my breakdown of what James City County subscribers, particularly those low to moderate income subscribers, could expect by enrolling to us. So when you say, what's an average Dominion customer? Every house will vary, but this, by the state's definition, this is the average annual usage for a person in Virginia. So based on Dominion residential rates, you have about 150 plus bucks. At an average subscribing customer, that's going to be a discount of around $25. And I'll break down next what that looks like. I don't want to read through this whole chart for you. You can see the projected savings we're calculating for 535 low to moderate income customers in James City County. It's really meaningful, and it's at no cost to them. Something we're pretty excited about. What I might do is go down to my next slide to talk about the mechanics of how that shared solar works on bill credits for their utility bill, and can pop back up here if you're curious about the numbers. So how does it work? So no, we are not going to be, we do not replace Dominion. They are still going to be a Dominion customer. But what it works is we work with a person who's interested in subscribing to our project to understand, on average, what is their monthly usage of electricity. If they are interested in signing up for our project, what they do is they subscribe to that equivalent capacity from the project, and we work with Dominion to say, hey, this person is allocating this much of their monthly power from our project and get a corresponding credit on their bill. So that bill comes in and it significantly decreases their bill from Dominion. That's their solar credit. To go with that, because of course, nothing in life is 100% free. We have to have an invoice or a fee that compensates for that bill that we're able to provide to slash their Dominion bill. But rather than charge them the same amount that they're getting as a discount on their Dominion bill, we take a discount off that. And by discount, I mean we charge them less than we provide on their Dominion bill. This is just an example. I tried to use very big whole numbers that are easy from a math standpoint. So it's just illustrative, but this being a 20% discount that we're providing on our Sun Central solar credit. So again, with Dominion, there are fixed fees in the bills. We all pay our bills. We know that there are things that I can't change the taxes on your bill. But what I can do is give you a significant credit that lowers that bill and give you a discount on what you would have to pay for that credit for a like rate. And again, what that translates to, going back up to this, is for this average size customer, low to moderate income person, $300 a year across all the people who could subscribe to the project, over $160,000 a year, or almost $5 million over the life of the project.
Now, I've done a little bit of solar, not like what y'all are doing.
Okay.
But what you sell it to Dominion Virginia Energy is not what I pay Dominion Virginia Energy, because you sell it to raw rate and they sell it to me at the premium rate. So is that going to be, is this calculation at the raw rate or the premium rate?
So what it is there's an established by Virginia Code and the Public Utilities Corporation, a bill credit rate. And so for any shared solar subscriber, that bill credit rate from a solar is what the credit you would get on your bill. So for example, if you, say your residential rate is 14 cents a kilowatt hour, or whatever it is, I would not be selling you that credit rate at a residential rate. I'd be selling you at what the prevailing state bill credit rate is.
Right.
But then the charge for that rate would be less than the credit. Otherwise, no one would sign up for it.
Right.
Yeah.
So would that end up being less than what your figures are showing here, or would it be, is that exactly what that figure would be?
So the bill credit rate is 11.765 cents a kilowatt hour.
Okay.
On average, I think my Dominion bill is north of 13.5. And so that bill credit doesn't make your Dominion bill zero.
Right.
And of course, that's the Dominion blended rate with all the fixed fees and stuff like that. It doesn't make it zero, but it significantly reduces it. And then the offset for significantly reducing that is we have a fee for providing that for you, but the fee is much less than the credit you're getting on your bill.
Right.
If that makes sense.
So you would end up, is that savings with y'all's fee taken out of it, or is your fee still in that savings and then you take it out later?
It's net of the savings.
Net of the savings?
To them.
Meaning that's not in there?
So it's unfortunately not one bill. That's what Virginia has not yet done, and it's something we're encouraging the state legislative house. And let me go back to that example. So there are some states, I believe Illinois and Minnesota are examples, but don't quote me on that. There are some states where they do consolidated billing, where you could pay your Sun Central bill, your Pivot Energy bill, and your utility bill. Bang, you're done. Not quite that easy. We have our own Sun Central platform, which is like an online portal where you can manage your account with us, and so we can set up and make it really automatic. But what this looks like instead is your Dominion bill as it exists goes way down, and then you have a separate bill from us. And this is kind of what we're trying to show here at the total on the bottom is the net difference of your greatly decreased Dominion bill and your discounted invoice to pay for that bill from us is less in total than you would have had otherwise just going with Dominion.
So roughly $9.
This is just an example for numbers. Yeah.
Okay.
What I'm calculating here on an average monthly bill for someone who has an average monthly bill of about $150 is I'm saving you about $25 a month.
So how are you finding the customers? Who's the person who decides the low and moderate income? Is that Dominion?
How do we seek them out? Yeah, working with local kind of credible messengers. And so it's oftentimes we work with local housing authorities, nonprofit groups who serve this population. In fact, I'm interviewing a position at my company on Friday, someone who we call our community manager that helps engage with these entities to try to better find the people who could best use this type of service.
And so, and I'm sorry, how many how many households are you speaking of a month that would benefit from this?
535. Yeah.
In James City County.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I had one other question. You had said something about a job fair, and so how many positions
These are mostly construction jobs. We'd expect about 30 construction jobs
for a limited amount of time?
over the 3 months of the construction. Yes, ma'am. They are prevailing wage jobs, though.
Not to get too deep in the woods.
Yes, sir.
But when you're selecting those 535, is the intention to aim for people with the average or above average annual usage, or is it, you going to getting customers who are significantly below that, renters?
We're agnostic to the individual's use. I just tried to do, because a common question is, well, how many people does it serve?
Right.
So you have to set the baseline for a person.
And the 535 is based on a percentage of the customer base, or is it based on the amount of money?
No, the 535, so of the, so there are two sections to our project. There's the smaller 1 megawatt section and the larger 3.75. This 535 number is how many households can be powered by that larger section.
Other questions?
Into economic benefits outside of the shared solar component of this. If I can scroll. You give me a scroll wheel. I gotta know how to use it. This was something that we worked with your county attorney. This is something that is new, that was not before you for your previous solar project of this size, that as of July 1st of this year, solar projects 5 megawatts and less are newly subject to M&T tax. What is interesting about the M&T tax is there is a exemption schedule that is similar to larger solar projects historically, and they have to be pegged to the local real estate tax rate. And so that's what we're showing before you tonight in that column there. We're also showing the revenue share, which I know you're familiar with in previous projects. Part of the M&T tax coming online as of July 1st is that you cannot receive both revenue share and M&T tax in a given year. That's explicitly stated in the Virginia Code. So what we wanted to do before you is a piece of analysis that say, hey, if say you were going to take one or the other over a 30-year lifespan of the project, what does that look like? And we identified that going from year 15 into 16, it would make sense to switch from one of those sources to the other. So what we worked with your county attorney is presenting a condition for the project that would say, hey, let's do the higher of these two options. So over the course of the first 15 years, it's the M&T revenue, knowing that that's the better bet for James City County. After that, it's the revenue share. So that blended approach would net the county $305,000 over the 30-year sum that would not be there otherwise. Again, happy to talk. Any questions on this?
Any questions?
One last time, have this as a reference. I did want to call out one of the things that was of interest to the planning commissioners and something, so we have this existing Peach Street crossing that is a deeded construction access that large agricultural vehicles have historically used on this property for agricultural operations, but did want to call that out. We reached out to everyone that is a butter to this access easements to say, hey, we'd love to engage with you, would love to let you know what's going on, want to make sure that you're in the loop, especially should this project move forward. Certainly we've been in dialogue with the Campbells, and I did want to walk you through some of the expectations of that access. So the large vehicle traffic that currently utilizes it, Riverside Turf has been managing the use of the property there with the corn and soybeans. And examples of their large agricultural vehicles coming down that route are a combine or a semi-truck or a large tractor. I mean, pretty significant comparable vehicles to the construction vehicles that would be coming down. What I wanted to do is, at a high level, look at an expected construction traffic in an average week over those 13 weeks of construction. Manageable numbers here, not anything crazy. And so did want to call out that certainly some days will vary, but it's a manageable vehicle load. And this is not something that I'm just waving the hand and say, hey, we already do it with agriculture. We know we can do it with solar. what I wanted to call out is we do have that condition that requires your county staff's and VDOT's approval of that construction traffic mitigation plan before we can pull the permit. And just a quick look, this is coming up on that Peach Street crossing on boots on ground, more likely than not be coming from the Norge Lane and then kicking over, but just calling out there. Again, kind of a square on look at decent width to manage all the vehicles we had referenced, and certainly a dramatically different elevation change than Richmond, very, very minimal here. Getting across, we have a look at starting to take that right that would be going down that existing path. And again, kind of a clear shot down that access easement to the property here. We would anticipate kind of making sure that we have good clearance, good visuals down either side of the railroad. This is looking northward. This is looking southward. Of course, wouldn't rely just on visuals alone. There would be scouts, there'd be flaggers, things like that. But did want to say, hey, this is something we've thought about a lot. It's used in large vehicles today, and we have to come back for a vetted plan before we can build. Almost done. This is not a project that is brand new in its diligence phase. We've done a lot of diligence already, including completion of the initial phase of interconnection study, confidence there. Actually already have our wetland delineation confirmation from U.S. Army Corps that happened in between the Planning Commission and this meeting. We know there are no known wildlife habitats, critical habitats, and the FAA says no hazard determination. Our ALTA survey is complete, and we're already working on the geotechnical survey and cultural historical survey. All that to say, like, this is not a speculative project. We didn't want to come to you until we felt very confident that this is something we could do responsibly with a lot of benefit to James City County. Best laid plans, of course, subject to revision, but this is our best understanding of our timeline right now. Looking to be back before you midsummer with that site plan review, with our interconnection studies done, hopefully ready to go for a end of year type construction and early the following year, beginning of operations. Any further questions from the board?
I've got a couple, if that's okay.
Sure.
I see the property connects to Rochambeau.
Yep.
How come there's no entrance from Rochambeau to the property?
There is an entrance. If you've ever driven it, you would know that would not be the right path. It's a pretty difficult one.
Yeah, but I'm worried with the railroad tracks and the accessibility to the railroad tracks, both. I've driven it all up. My office is just right up the road.
Oh, nice.
And in fact, I drove it today just to get my head back into it again.
Sure.
The access road going to Richmond Road, in my pickup truck, when I go over those tracks, I can't even see to the other side to drive safely across it.
Yep.
And we've had numerous, and my father and brother were almost in an accident with the train there, and the guy that did get hit by the train, it threw him 60 feet up the road, and his axle into Richmond Road, and that was right in front of Hill Pleasant.
Okay.
Being at the fire department or rescue squad, I've been to many calls in that section where we've lost people on that road, that track. That track worries me because it looks like you've got plenty of time, but you really don't, especially with Amtrak coming down there.
Okay.
So the access back and forth across there, and I'm wondering if a low boy will clear even this lower section, because low boys are low, and
sure.
I know I live right next to the railroad tracks.
Yep.
And the low boys don't even come over there, and that's not a very much of a grade because the spread of them, it bottoms out in the middle when they get into that hump.
Yep.
So it might be an issue for you. It may not. When we approved Mr. Hunt's property, of course, one thing was, and I stated it, if we have a solar farm on a piece of land, we can protect it from building.
Yep.
And keep it for 30 or 40 years, because that time they were saying 30, possibly 40 years. I know you're saying 20 to 30 years for this project. So we could protect that land. Now we have 1 to 20. So it isn't as burning issue as it was then with protecting the rural lands. And this being an EO zone concerns me as well. we're taking a piece off. Yes, we're saving it in a way, but we're also taking the availability for 20 or maybe 30 years off the books. Because if you put something in there, it's not going to change over. It's going to stay like it is at least 20 years. Yeah, the access really worries me as far as safety. I don't want to see anybody else. I've seen enough people killed there by just going over to Hunt's Farm.
Yeah.
And, like I said, you think the train's further away and there's no cross arms, there's nothing to protect them. It's look both ways and go across. We just lost one up in New Kent not long ago. The lady left the restaurant she'd worked at, went across tracks she always crosses over. It was at night. You'd think you'd be easy to see the train. Didn't, and took her. So the ones without the cross arms really are a concern for the railroad tracks for me. The road going in after you get over the railroad tracks and you turn down the gravel road, the access road, will that be paved?
So not paved, but similar to the type of access roads that you see in the other solar projects.
It'll be just a gravel road.
That's right.
Okay. How about the trees as you go down when it narrows? And, I walked all that over to your site.
Right.
So that I could actually put my feet on the ground, see what we've got.
Sure.
And there's a lot of old cedars on the left that the limbs are got to be limbed to get any of the equipment down there. And there's a lot of work that's on CSX as you get to the end, because the property under there goes all the way over to that point that's marked. I guess it's y'all's property where it's marked.
Yep.
And so you're gonna have to cross that piece to get into the site. When we did the one over by Norvalia, we had a lot of issues as far as the crepe myrtles and the trees and the bushes and all that. So we ended up getting that moved over to Church Lane. And I went back there today because they've started that project. So I went back, let me see what's going on. There's a lot of equipment and a lot of disruption down at the very end. It's only 3 or 4 houses down there. So it's probably not too bad, but it's amazing the amount of work they had to do just to get into that site.
Yep.
And once you get into the site, you've got plenty of room to work.
Sure.
It's getting there, and the safety issue with these railroad tracks is my biggest concern. And like I say, my property is just about butts up. My property butts up to Mr. Bradshaw's, and his butts up to the railroad tracks.
Yep.
Just right around there. And, we hear it all the time. We love the train and what it produces, but, the fear of somebody getting hurt out there is a big thing. The 10-acre withdrawal out of AFD, we had just finished everything with the AFD, got all of it straight. We're done. We're accomplished something. We're not going to change anything. You're in to stay unless certain circumstances happen. And then no more month, 2 months later, we're hearing, okay, we want to pull some land out. That's frustrating to me because a lot of work goes into it. And then, oh, by the way, let me pull this out. 21 years instead of 30 to 40 is a little bit concerned. And then, can you go back to the map and show me your clearing? Most of it's open. And I'm sure the clearing is more for your stormwater management practices than the actual solar farm, because I think that center section's a house that's there.
That's right.
Yep, okay. I've got my bearings on that then. And that house will remain?
Correct.
And be occupied?
By the property owner.
Okay, all right. So they'll be living right in the middle of the solar farm.
They love it, sir.
Hey,
Yeah.
That's cool. That's
Yeah.
always good. So the BMPs were the reason that you had to change your area for
Correct, sir.
pulling out of the AFD. Is there any benefit to the homeowners? I guess it's on the north side as the road coming in. As the road comes in down there that you'll have to utilize their, and I would imagine that road's gonna be maintained and stay there for 20 to 30 years. I wouldn't think you'd put it in and, cause I hear with solar panels that sometimes technology changes and you get more out of a solar panel. So it's better to switch it out in 15 years than it is to leave it 20.
Can I speak to that?
Yes, sir, please.
So, and I hear that a lot. What I try to compare it to is like at a doctor's office. If they have a working X-ray machine that is a source of revenue for them, they're not going to replace it every other year just because there might be a brand new one.
Correct.
When we finance these projects, it's based on the life of the project and the power and revenue that comes from it. So that's one piece, is it would just be a bad business investment. The second piece is to bring on new power. We can't just do it willy-nilly with a utility. We have to then go through an interconnection study, which is often years long, costs a lot of money, and we're changing the size of the project at that time if we were producing more power, which would be in violation of a permit. Like, we would have to come back to you again.
That's good.
So there's a lot of reasons why it just doesn't make any sense.
So this would stay at least 20 years, and the panels would stay, and no panels would be changed out, or?
Not unless there is, damage to them, malfunctioning, anything like that.
What does a hailstorm do to your panels?
So it depends on the size of the hail. So there are certain sizes of hail where it is more impactful to the panels, certainly that much damage coming down. The panels are coated in kind of a similar film to windshields. So even if there is pretty dramatic impact on them, they're held together.
Right.
What we can do, and through as the owners and operators, is digitally monitor the output of the project. So even if it's not a hailstorm, even if it's a wire, something gets messed up, or just something goes wrong with the panel, it happens 1 out of every 20,000 panels or so. We'll know that's going on, and we can go and replace it.
Okay. And does that take any specialty equipment, cranes or anything to reach out to get them, or is it small enough you just a couple people pick it up, switch it out?
Yeah, a couple of people, sir. Yeah, okay. If you see the crew, it's a good workout, but yeah, it's guys doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, and gals, I'm sure.
And what was my other question? It was on the panels. It was something else, but I'll probably come back to it. I'll probably remember it in a little bit.
May I speak to a couple of your other questions
Yes,
real
sir,
quick?
please. Thank
So very much agree that Richmond Road is a tough berm. And so we have a condition that's working with county staff to say only small vehicles that can easily and safely use that are allowed to. Any big vehicles are not allowed to use that. So that's the one thing to call out. The other thing, again, with that crossing, certainly the train is the elephant in the room on that. It is appreciably different to have a whole construction crew with a dedicated plan vetted by VDOT and in coordination with CX to do a railroad crossing than someone getting off of their shift. So it's not to say that there is not a risk there, but it's a known risk that can be mitigated. And again, we can't file for our building permit until we prove to your staff and VDOT that we have the plan in place. In terms of that path going forward, we've already had conversations with the Campbells and would very much welcome to others to talk about, hey, what is the way that we can get down here with the least amount of impact? And how can we even think about potentially adding kind of vegetative buffer at that area? So if we do have to, trim some trees or whatnot, how do we keep this as much out of sight for you as possible? And that's the kind of dialogue we've been having with folks.
I know I was down there and I happened to meet Mr. Campbell, not on purpose. I just walked on the land. And of course, he saw somebody walking on his land.
Yeah.
What's that guy
Introduce
walking on the land?
himself. Yeah.
Which I don't blame him. I would have too. And we had a great conversation.
Yep.
And, and I'm sure he'll speak tonight, but, he wasn't against the project that I could get from what he told me. Just his biggest concern is, will they do what they say they're going to do?
Yep.
And which I don't blame him. I would have that same concern. And we talked about those old cedar trees and how much would have to be cut up and the roots, and you can already see the roots on the ground. And, with large equipment, I do construction, large equipment, you run over the roots, you're tearing them. It's going to eventually, if you're not careful, it's going to kill the tree. And really the root goes out to the end of the limb of the tree. Well, the end of the limb is about to the railroad track, so you can't not go underneath those, but you've got cedar trees that are this big that they've had, since they bought the property and even probably before then. And it may have been there when Francis Ann and they own those properties back there. But
I wonder, Mr. Heblock, if we can kind of get to any questions that you might still have about?
Those were,
Okay,
they were all questions.
okay, okay.
They were just longer questions. All right, I'll let anybody else go ahead, and I'll probably have some more questions as we go.
Okay, okay.
I don't really have any questions, only to say that I have great concerns regarding the access. I do appreciate that I got to come out to the property, see the property. And I'm so sorry. I don't know what is causing me something in this room. The guy calling me out, causing me to choke. And I'm just not there yet. I don't. What you showed me in ways of the pictures did not relieve my angst, I have to say. I think it's still a very narrow type of turn to get back there. I'm not sure the number of vehicles. Seems like a big project to keep that number of vehicles down. So I just wanted to be clear with you where I'm sitting at this time. So thank you. I've just have the access is bothersome to me.
You just ask again about the process of the new regulations that are being considered.
Sure.
You said at one point there was a determination that they would not apply to instances where there had already been approval given for the interconnectivity. Is that right?
For submission, yes, sir.
Yes. And is that still a live part of the discussion or not?
So that was part of the implementation guidance that they added to the original guidance of kind of the new regulation. Both of those, as they were getting the public feedback, they essentially withdrew all that guidance and said, hey, we're going to go after this and discuss it some more. We're actually expecting revised guidance in the next month or so. But that was a part of the way that they were saying, how is this going to be implemented, knowing that there were many projects already en route.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, is this a good point to pivot where I can ask Mr. Holt a few questions? You'll need to let me know if he's up there because the TV is extremely delayed, so I can't see.
He's there now, Ms. Sadler.
Here I am.
Good evening. Hey, okay. Hi, Mr. Holt. I was just curious, regarding the Planning Commission meeting, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there were some members at the time who were expressing their safety concerns regarding the railroad crossing as well. Would you be able to, do you recall some of those concerns, and would you be able to share those?
I don't remember the exact quotes. I will say I do believe, and I'll ask Mr. Kropp to step in if he feels like I wandered too astray. I think the conversation at the Planning Commission around access and whether or not there was access out to Rochambeau and what other options are really did mimic the conversation that I heard tonight. And the fact that really there is no already established good vehicle access out to Rochambeau. I'll do one step further. Actually, this property does not have fee simple access to Rochambeau. There is a bit of a gap there, and so there's an easement. So for those homeowners, gosh, those half a dozen lots, I believe, were platted in like the 50s. So they've been there for a while, but certainly that access and that roadway is not built at all to any type of current VDOT standards. But there is an easement.
But in terms of the crossing there, where you would have to cross over Peach Street, because I've driven back there myself, and I will tell you that it's, for me personally, I find it to be alarming and concerning of the traffic and the trucks that would have to mitigate their way back in there in order to access, I guess, to Mr. Hippel's point. It's the access that I have grave concerns about. And I'm sorry, I, like the rest of us, but I live up this way, and those trains go through there frequently, and they're fast. And it's kind of a little tucked away little spot there, and it really gets, and plus, I believe Mr. Hippel was talking about the I don't know the correct verbiage, but as you're, approaching these tracks, and then where you would have to come over, and visibility of getting over these tracks in the trucks, and then the turns that you would have to mitigate to get back there. I believe that those are some of the areas some of the things that I know I believe Ms. Knoll had mentioned it, because she actually called me and suggested I go out there, and I did. And I had the same concerns that she did. It's the access. Is there anything visible that I can't tell from where I am? Do we have photos? Do we have anything that we could see that would help us understand where that Peach Street crossing would be?
Sure.
Because that's where you're going to have to go over the railroad tracks, correct?
Correct, and we do have some photos. I think a lot of them will mirror some of the ones that the applicant shows, but if I could.
And maybe we can make sure the TV screen shows them, because
pulled up on the screen, and
Were those sent to us in an email?
they were.
Yes.
And so this is the PowerPoint, and I'm gonna.
Okay, so it's the same ones. Okay.
It's the same ones. Yes, I don't have any newer ones, but there's about 8 of them in the slide deck, so we will. Some of them will look familiar to you. I'm gonna ask my colleague here, John Reisinger, to point out where each of these pictures are taken, and then we'll do a quick flip through.
Yeah, and on the map that you see in front of you, it may be kind of small to see, but there's some circles with numbers in them that are kind of showing where those pictures are oriented in the area.
Say that one more time. It's hard to hear you.
Okay, yep. If you look closely on the map near Richmond Road and Peninsula Street, Peach Street,
Yep.
there are white dots on the map with numbers on them.
Yep.
And those are just to orient you as far as where each of those images are taken and what direction they're kind of facing
Okay.
in the area.
Thank you.
Point them with the mouse. I think
Yeah, see
the
number
first
1.
picture is going to show up there. That'll be the access straight into the property from Richmond Road, and then there'll be other subsequent ones.
Is that right there at Peninsula and Peach?
Correct.
Correct. So we'll start out with the first picture at the street view, which will actually be the one right at Richmond Road, and where there's an unimproved driveway that goes up and over the railroad tracks.
Right, and that railroad berm that we've talked about, and you can't see it from this picture without, an x-ray view, but getting off this other side of those railroad tracks, that berm is quite an embankment as well. Our next picture here, I believe this is Norge Hall, one of the entrances into Peninsula Street from Richmond Road. You can kind of see that as it goes back.
I think this is the southernmost entrance, kind of coming from the Route 199 direction.
The next entrance to Peninsula Street, to the north, just 100 yards or so down the road from that southern entrance to Peninsula Street.
And this would be the one coming from the Croker Road direction.
Now, in that corner down there, I built that warehouse there for the owner, and right around that corner there, he has always had trouble with deliveries and everything of tractor trailers making that corner. And in fact, in that corner that's in front of Mr. Bradshaw's house there, that they've always had trouble with that corner being, in fact, he's got cones down on that corner to try to keep people on the road, and they're constantly getting run over. And Oscar's always, what can you do? I said, well, we don't own any roads. And they talked about fixing that road and doing something with it, but Oscar's constantly having to fill in that hole on that corner there.
So our next picture will be as if we drive down the road this direction to that corner, and then it'll be just as you round the corner coming from Richmond Road, and then looking down sort of the back half of the horseshoe of Peninsula Street, and your entrance to Peach Street is going to be up in this area, which will be our next picture. And this is if you're looking from Peninsula Street onto Peach Street, going towards the railroad.
Which image are you on?
Image
Are you
5.
on image 4? You're on 5?
5.
We're delayed here. Okay.
Then the next image, as you kind of round the bend of Peach Street, looking towards the railroad tracks and the crossing in that area, just down from where we were looking at on the last image. And I believe this one will look very familiar from the applicant's presentation, looking down where the access is provided by the CSX easement towards the property in that southern direction. And then lastly, a close-up picture of the area with that existing vegetation near the Campbell's property, and as you go to enter the 7296 Richmond Road property through that gap. If anyone needs to go back to any slides, happy to do that as well.
No, those are helpful. Thank you. Now, we have approved several of these solar projects over the recent years, and just to refresh my memory, this is the first one that involves railroad crossings. Is that correct?
Correct.
At the railroad, but it wasn't crossing it.
I think on the one immediately adjacent to this one on the Hunt property, there are the railroad tracks, but access wasn't taken from that direction. They were able to get in and out via Rochambeau.
Rochambeau. Okay. All right. All right. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you very much for your help. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions?
I did, for the board's edification, did want to say that it is our assumption, again, this is coming at the construction traffic mitigation plan that we would anticipate, and it sounds like we need to come back before you with more robust even before we get there. It's our assumption that we would be coming up Norge and then coming down on Peach Lane, Peach Street, given that that is a is a stoplight at that situation. We're not dealing with the peninsula turns there that were shown. We think that would be a much improved path to get to that Peach Street crossing. Just want to provide that context.
However, you would still need to cross the railroad tracks, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Can I just ask the question first of you? Sure. You indicated that the construction process itself was going to be involving about 13 weeks of truck traffic coming in and out of the site. Is that right?
Roughly 3 months. Yeah.
Okay. And for the board, I guess the question is, are your main concerns about the crossing of the railroad track, or is there another concern? Are there other concerns about this particular access?
Well, for me, it's crossing the railroad track, of course, and then accessing the property, down that's going to be opened up, and
is there a safety concern there that you're
not opening it up beside the railroad tracks, but crossing the railroad tracks and getting back
crossing
there
the railroad tracks, right?
is my main safety concern. And
That would be mine as well.
Right. And it certainly is unlikely that you would be talking about installing an armed gate in that location. Is there any practice of human monitoring and traffic control that you've utilized in the past?
Yeah, and it would be our expectation, sir, that we would be having, like I mentioned, kind of scouts or human monitors far off on either direction of that railroad track, so that we could know, as we are anticipating any of those vehicles to be coming across, that, hey, there are no trains coming down this way. I'm happy, if that is not an answer that is satisfactory to the board tonight, happy to come back with a deferment and provide a little bit more detail on that piece. I think for the context, we knew that this was a condition that we were going to have to do anyway through that traffic mitigation plan. And so that's when we were going to bring in all those experts from our construction team, from our operations and management team. But we were hoping to address the land use portion today, knowing that we still wouldn't be able to build it unless we satisfied your county staff and VDOT on this crossing question.
I've got a question for Paul.
Okay.
When we did Mr. Hunt's, that was just a small hunting road. and then they later used it to do some logging back there years ago. But it was just a small gravel access road. Now it looks like an interstate highway for what they had.
Yes, and they also did do a commercial entrance off of Rochambeau as well.
Right, so where is our commercial entrance here? Where is that big wide, I mean, I look at that and look at what it was. And then look at this and go, well, we're gonna snake this down a little goat path to get back to this land. But Mr. Hunt, we said, you've gotta put all this in order to get this in here. And now we're saying we don't need all this in here to snake this through here. So it leaves me confused because I think what Mr. Hunt has in place is good, not only for putting it in, for maintaining it, for safety, for taking it down in supposedly 30 or better years. But we don't have this on this one. Well, we're just gonna wedge this in this area and we're gonna ask the neighbors, hey, we're gonna put a road in, but it might not be a road, but it will be a road, but we'll use it. But then we'll use that other crazy road that was never approved for that property to begin with, that goes over the railroad tracks, as far as what I've read. And by riding up that road, when you go up that railroad track, you can't see to come down the other side. Not till you go down the other side. And once you get used to it, it's fine. But if somebody's not used to it, it's just, there's a lot of what ifs I don't know about. I can't make a decision on what ifs. And we had one solar farm go in, and I'm not against solar farms. We had one go in at Hunt's, and he put everything in he's supposed to do. We're having this one go in, and maybe we can snake it down, like I say, this goat trail back in the woods across the railroad tracks.
I'm not sure I have any additional information to provide the board on that tonight. Certainly, the matters before you, it's at the board's discretion whether or not to make a motion. I think the applicant has just offered to voluntarily postpone this request and would bring back that information to you all in more detail. It was my understanding of his statement.
Right.
But certainly matter before.
It sounds
the
to me
board.
as if there's enough interest in having some additional information about the access issue. You know, the other issue, the AFD withdrawal issue, frankly, I'm sort of trying to figure out how exactly we wind up in this situation, and don't recognize that if it's because of a change in the way in which we're viewing the need for dealing with impervious cover, but we're making that determination that does seem to be a different circumstance than when the AFD renewals were being considered. And frankly, if what we're doing it for is to improve the stormwater treatment, then I'd say it's a governmental benefit that's being proposed here, or governmental use that's being advanced here. So from the AFD side of it, it doesn't strike me as really violating our policy. That's just my opinion. Well, with that, would you like to keep the public hearing open, or to?
Can I ask another question?
Absolutely.
Since I haven't had a chance yet. I'd like to find out. I think you mentioned that there were 13 trucks a week is about what your traffic was figured to be on this over a 13-week period, and that they were comparable in size to some of the equipment that was currently using it for farming. And that if I remember correctly, I think you showed that the farming use was maybe not as much in a shorter time period, but pretty extensive use year round of equivalent size vehicles. So I guess my question is, have we had any problems with farming equipment? Staff? Any trains hit any combines or trucks? You know, have we had any difficulties with people knocking down trees or getting things? You know, it seems to me a little bit of a two-edged argument here, because we have, on one hand, similar equipment already using it, and we're making an argument that that this equipment would do more damage than what's already there, and it just doesn't connect to me. In any way you can enlighten me on it?
I don't have any of the accident data information with us tonight as part of the staff analysis, but should this application be postponed, we'd certainly work with the police department to see what's on file.
That would be helpful to try to understand, you know, because if it's a problem one way, it's a problem another.
Well, there's a difference in construction equipment and farming equipment and sizes and flat boys and all that. And a lot of the farming equipment that farm that would come over from Hunts. There's an opening that the farm equipment came through. It didn't come around Peachtree.
Yep.
So it came through from Hunts over. And so some of the bigger equipment didn't come through there because it couldn't get through there. Now some of the trailers came through there to pick up the corn and that sort of thing, and would go into Campbell's field and come around and circle around and mess up his grass. And he talked to them about that. Hey, guys, if you would mind, please don't turn around in my grass. We talked about that. But as far as the low boys and the equipment and that sort of thing, that's two different things. That's a UPS and a rural mail carrier. They're still mail carriers.
So, once again, can I ask if you would like to keep the public hearing open?
Sure.
Okay, so we will keep the public hearing open, and
Mr. Chairman, that's both public hearings, the AFD
yes,
and
both public hearing number 3 and number 4. And we will, do we want to set a date for that?
For the county attorney, I think we need to postpone to a date certain, but given that your 23 calendar hasn't been adopted yet, just sense of scale, we could probably postpone to the first meeting of a selected month. Would that meet your needs?
That'll work.
With the holidays coming up here, not sure we could make the first regular meeting in January, probably first meeting in February.
You could start there.
Okay. Okay. So we will hold this meeting, this case over till the first regular meeting of February. Okay. Now move on to our last public hearing of the evening, which is SUP 20-0010, Hertzler Clearing and Grading. And we'll begin with Ms. Reisinger again.
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman,
Good evening.
members of the board. Ms. Mary Hertzler has applied for a special use permit to allow the operation of a contractor's office, warehouse, and the manufacturing of wood products at 9537 Barnes Road. The property is zoned A1, General Agricultural, is designated rural lands on the 2045 Comprehensive Plan Land Use Map, and is located outside the primary service area. The business is currently operating on the property, and its application has been submitted to bring the use into conformance with the zoning ordinance. In 2019, the zoning division met with the property owner after receiving a complaint regarding the operation of the business. Staff discussed the activities and violations occurring and that a special use permit would be needed to bring it into conformance. The applicant states that the business has been operating from the property for approximately 20 years. In the year 2000, a special use permit was submitted for the operation of a contractor's office, warehouse, storage, and repair of heavy equipment, and the manufacture and sale of wood products. At the time, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the application. However, the Board of Supervisors denied the application by a vote of 5-0. Since this time, the area utilized for the business operation has increased without appropriate approvals or permitting from the county. Impacts to the resource protection area include land disturbance and clearing of trees. the construction of a pond, and the construction of a driveway onto neighboring property. Construction of the pond and driveway have also impacted existing wetlands. These existing site conditions are shown on the master plan. County staff has reviewed the application to address the impacts of the business. The Stormwater and Resource Protection Division has reviewed the application regarding stormwater management design. The proposed SCP conditions would require impacts to the resource protection area and wetlands to be remediated. Proof of appropriate permits for impacts to the wetlands be submitted, and that the stormwater management design be sufficient for all development on the property. Additional proposed conditions include, but are not limited to, restricting the hours of operation of certain activities on site from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. to reduce potential noise impacts, prohibiting sales on the property, prohibiting signage associated with the business, restricting vehicular access to the business to only come from Barnes Road, providing buffering and screening the business from Barnes Road and adjoining properties, various fire safety measures, limiting the height of light poles, and prohibiting any light trespass onto adjoining properties. If the SCP were to be approved, a site plan would be required for the business and would need to show all existing improvements being brought into full conformance with the master plan, conditions, zoning ordinance, and other applicable regulations. The proposed conditions would require that the site plan be submitted within 12 months of the date of approval of the SCP and receive final site plan approval within 24 months of the date of approval of the SCP. The proposed conditions would also require that county staff inspect the property within 6 months of the date of approval of the SCP to verify existing site conditions, and within 36 months of the date of approval of the SCP to verify that all improvements shown on the site plan are completed and that the site is fully in compliance with the SCP and the site plan. At its November 2nd meeting, the Planning Commission voted on a motion to recommend approval of the application, which failed by a vote of 3 to 4. Staff finds that the proposal is compatible with surrounding zoning and development and consistent with the 2045 Comprehensive Plan, and recommends that the Board of Supervisors approve this application subject to the proposed conditions. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have, and the representative for the applicant is also in attendance.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Reisinger?
Not this time.
Mr. Croft.
Evening once again. As you heard, the November Planning Commission vote was 4 to 3 against recommending approval of this application. Probably the major concerns for those voting against it were that after 20 years of continuing to operate after an SUP was denied and in noncompliance with the zoning ordinances, that this operation would convey the message to other individuals who might decide to operate independently without going through the proper approvals, that any punitive measures would be minor and mitigation wouldn't have to take place until after discovery of a violation. So that the other reason that a couple members or the majority recommended denial was that some of the irritants that other neighbors had complained about, such as traffic and noise, would still exist after an SUP were approved. Those commissioners voting to recommend approval of the SUP based that vote on the fact that we felt the role of the Planning Commission was not punitive, but rather to evaluate any land use case that comes before the Planning Commission based on zoning ordinances, whether the use on the property was appropriate, and compliance with the comprehensive plan. If the applicant implemented all of the conditions associated with this SUP request, the business would be a conforming business on the property and that's zoned appropriately for it. The applicant owns the majority of the properties adjacent to the work site, and so the feeling was that this helps mitigate some of the noise and traffic effects that a couple of the neighbors mentioned in previous complaints, and that also it's a locally owned business, and the taxes do benefit the county, and that if the business was brought into compliance, then it would continue to operate legally as a locally owned business. So those are the main reasons for the split vote. But I should say that everybody was unanimous in the fact that they were, all the commissioners were extremely dismayed at the fact that not only had this business been operating for 20 years after an SUP denial, but also staff was refused access to the property to investigate any of the complaints that were elevated by the neighbors to the zoning ordinance folks. So that, in a nutshell, is where we landed on this particular case. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Croft about the Planning Commission's actions? Ms. Sadler, do you have anything?
Sorry, hit the wrong button. No, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, so if we have no question, any questions for staff at this point? No? If not, I will go ahead and open the public hearing.
I have a few for staff. Is this the time? Or I can wait till after everybody's finished speaking.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Getty, for the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Vernon Getty of 1177 Jamestown Road. It's my pleasure to be here tonight representing Steve and Mary Hertzler, who are standing here with me. As John indicated, the subject property is located at 9537 Barnes Road and is owned by the Hertzlers. The Hertzlers live on the property. This is their home, and this portion of the property is strictly residential. The property contains about 28.6 acres. It's zoned A1. It's rural lands on the comprehensive plan. You'll see it's bounded by Interstate 64 on the south. The Hazelwood property is across Barnes Road, now zoned economic opportunity. And if you can see, the property outlined in red is owned by members of the Hertzler family, immediately adjacent to this portion of the property. And it's really a compound where the Hertzler family lives and works. I'll speak briefly on the history, and then at the conclusion of my remarks, the Hertzlers would like to address you themselves. But the property was acquired in 1998. They did apply for a special use permit in 2000, which was denied by the board. That use permit was for a more intensive and purely commercial use than is taking place on the property. There was no home shown on the master plan at that time. It included a 5,000 square foot warehouse and office, and it allowed retail sales of products from the property, none of which are happening now. In about 2005, the Hertzlers built their home on the property, and their understanding was with a home on the property, they were permitted to operate their business. They believe that in good faith and have been operating since. With perhaps one exception in 2002, they have not denied anybody access to the property. And in fact, county inspectors have been out throughout their home construction, and someone I think from the environmental division has been out since. For the business itself, Steve and Mary own Hertzler Clearing and Grading. It's a family-owned land clearing and rough grading business. They have generally 8 to 10 employees, 4 of whom are family members. Not all the employees come to this site every day. Some go directly to job sites. You'll see they have 3 road tractors, 3 dump trucks, a chipper, a topsoil screen, grinder, sawmill, 2 excavators, 3 loaders, and several pickup trucks. Their goal is to responsibly reuse and recycle all the wood and soil materials from their land clearing operation, rather than simply taking the wood and stumps and debris and dumping it in a landfill. See, they have a small contractor's office, and vehicle maintenance facility here. This is their yard where dump trucks come from their sites bringing stumps, logs, brush, and other clearing debris. On this portion of the property, they're sorted for further processing, either grinding into mulch, sawing for lumber. Some stuff is taken to the paper mill in West Point for wood pulp, and topsoil is screened and reused. Every 3 or 4 weeks on average, stumps and brush are ground into mulch. There's generally no more than 400 to 500 cubic yards of mulch on the site at any given time. Of course, soil comes in with some of this clearing debris. It's screened using the topsoil screen you see there. That takes 6 to 8 hours a week maybe, and about once a week the Hertzlers will bring a load of manure from the Dreamcatchers facility to mix in with the soil and help Dreamcatchers dispose of the manure from their operation. Logs, appropriate logs, are cut into lumber using the sawmill on the site. The lumber is either air or sometimes kiln dried, and sawing takes place generally 3 or 4 days a week. 1 day a week, cut lumber is assembled into pallets. This site is not open to the public, never has been, and there are no retail sales of any products from the site. All the materials are trucked by the Hertzlers to their customers or end users. The applicants there pay about $20,000 a year to the county in various taxes. Their real estate taxes, their business personal property taxes, and their business license taxes, with minimal to no demand on county services. And the Hertzlers, every year they've operated, have gotten a business license through the county and filed and paid their business personal property taxes. In conjunction with this application, Land Tech Resources, in working on the master plan, has done both a boundary and a topographic survey of the parcel. The wetlands have been delineated by a wetland specialist. The Army Corps of Engineers has come on the property and confirmed the wetlands delineation that's shown on the master plan. And the Corps of Engineers had no issues with the property. The applicant indicates that on average there are 20 total trips in and out of the site per day. And it's a level of traffic that comes nowhere close to triggering the requirement of a traffic impact study. The vast majority of the traffic travels from the entrance from the Hertzler property on Barnes Road to Route 30. And it's a distance of barely over a quarter of a mile. All the site traffic uses a single entrance to the property off Barnes Road, and that entrance would be upgraded to a VDOT commercial entrance. VDOT's reviewed this application and raised no traffic concerns. The applicant indicates that vehicles have never been involved in an accident on Barnes Road. And I think in the last day or two, you've probably gotten several emails from neighbors and folks who travel Barnes Road all the time indicating there is Hertzler traffic has never caused a problem on Barnes Road. In conclusion, we agree with the planning staff's analysis that there are no adverse impacts from this use with the special use permit conditions, and they recommend approval. We think it's an environmentally responsible use. It's compatible with surrounding zoning and development. It's consistent with the 2045 comprehensive plan. The applicant agrees with the proposed special use permit conditions. The conditions ensure no adverse impacts from this use and will bring this site into compliance with applicable ordinances and requirements. It does have a positive fiscal impact on the county, and I would suggest to you it's not in the best interest of the county to shut down this small family-owned business. A better result is to bring it into compliance with county requirements, allow the business to continue to operate, generate revenue for the county, employ the folks it employs. And with that, I think let the Hertzler speak for a moment, and maybe I'll.
Hi, hi, my name's Steve Hertzler. I and my wife Mary are the applicant on this SUP. I want to make clear that we applied for this, a different SUP back in 2000. Now, it has been said that we've been there for 20 years operating this business. It has not been that case. We didn't do anything there for a couple of years. In 2002, I started doing some road improvements, driveway improvements, and then I did tell the guys they couldn't come on my property without a, what was that? Search warrant. So, yeah, they had to apply for that. And I did let them come on then after my lawyer at the time told me to quit being a jerk. So anyway, we didn't do anything more than clear for a little bit of a field. And in 2003, we applied for the permit for the house and started the construction on that. 2005, we got the certificate of occupancy for the house in July of 2005. And we didn't do anything with the business on that property before that time. So the words are going around about us being there for 20 years after we were denied is just wrong. And after we got the application or the occupancy permit, that was when we started to research the website and stuff. And
basically at the 2000 denial, after everything was all over, and if anyone goes back and reads that, there was a lot of lies about an incinerator that was never even on the plan. One of the planning employees told me specifically, I don't even think you'd need this. If you had a house there, you could have your business there. And that's what we were going on. We wanted our family there, we wanted our business there, we've raised our kids there. And after we built the house, we put the business there. We've been in business since 1995. The business was not moved there till after the occupancy permit in 2005. We've never had any letters or anything up until this 2019 that said you're not supposed to be doing what you're doing. So we raised our family. We were good people in the community. We're the people that take a fryer to the swimming pool and fry French fries for all the kids. We put our banners up and support the baseball teams at War Hill. We sponsor gymnastics teams events, you know, giving them money to do things, and they put a banner up for a company. We weren't trying to hide anything we were doing. We weren't trying to break any rules. We were trying to raise our family and run our business. Now our kids work for us. Now we have grandkids. And that's all we want to do is come into compliance because we didn't know. It was also said that it was portrayed that we walked out of the other meeting and said, well, we'll do what we want anyway. It's never what we did. That was never our intention. We were not snubbing the county. We were not trying to get away with anything. We just were under the assumption that if our family was there and we had this business with agricultural things, forestry things, that it was okay to do.
Just to sum up, the Hertzlers believed in good faith what they were doing was permitted by the ordinances. Had they gotten a letter like they did in 2019 and 2010, they'd have been right in then to get a permit. So the goal was to let's bring this into compliance with all your ordinances and requirements, and then let it continue to operate for the benefit of the Hertzlers and the county. So with that, we'd of course be glad to answer any questions, but would ask you to approve the special use permit. Let this small family-owned business continue to operate. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant?
I have one question. The planning person was one of our employees. Can you give me that name of that employee?
from Ohio.
Okay,
I was crying.
yeah, because I would like to ask that person and find out, what information they gave you so that I could verify, hey, you've given them this information that either led them down the wrong path or didn't lead them down the wrong path, or, what actually was said. You also said that you had no other warnings or nothing else from the county that said you're in violation. Paul, did we have any record of, hate to put everybody on the spot, but I'd just like to know, because I'm thinking we did, and everything I'm hearing, I just want to try to figure out where the middle ground is on. Yes, ma'am.
In the last meeting, someone said that they had a letter and they did a drive-by. We were never aware of that, and we didn't know about that till the last meeting. So apparently a drive-by was done at some point. Nothing was ever said to us about it.
And then when you basically asked the county, stay off my property in a roundabout way, what did the county do that?
That was actually back in 2002.
Okay.
When that happened.
And they said they weren't running the business in, so it wouldn't matter if the county went out there, because it'd just be woods, right? Am I right, or am I?
I was just clearing for the driveway and making driveway improvements for a house that we were planning to put in, and I was just being a jerk. There was no reason for them not to come out. I wasn't trying to get away with anything. I was angry.
Bad day.
Well, I did ask for some information about the matter that Mr. Hippel's referring to, and the information that I got back from staff was that our records show that on March 12th of 2001, the staff executed a search warrant and found the property in violation of a construction debris landfill and or waste disposal site. Then on March 23rd, 2001, there was a notice of violation that was issued for using the property as a construction debris and landfill and or waste disposal site. Now, those were not indications of clearing for a driveway, and those would have been issued to you. I mean, are you suggesting that you never received the notice of any violations?
That's what I'm suggesting, yeah.
Here's an aerial that shows the property in 2002. I mean, you can see it's
well,
probably clear.
And for the SUP in 2000, we had, one of the conditions was we had to take some material in there and bring a grinder in. They wanted to do noise tests. So county allowed us to take a stockpile, some clearing material in there so that we could bring it. But that was in March of 2000. Anything past that date, when we went in there and ground that material.
Do we have any communication from the Army Corps of Engineers that they
Good evening, Chase Grog, Land Tech Resources, 205 Bullifonts Boulevard, Suite E, Williamsburg, Virginia. Yes, the site was delineated by the Army Corps of Engineers, and we have a current delineation approval letter from them with no current violations on the site. So staff does have, opinion might not be the correct way to phrase it, but basically the Army Corps is in charge of the wetlands, and if that time they felt anything was constructed illegally, they would have been slapped with a nice letter of, hey, all of this was constructed illegally. So at the current time, we have a approval from the Army Corps with no violation. So in layman's terms, a specialist went out there, hung wetland flags. The Army Corps visited the site and said, yes, it all looks okay. Have a good day.
But Chase, is that currently?
That was just done in preparation for this meeting.
Right.
We performed a boundary survey and topographic survey. All those wetland delineations and Army Corps were within the last year. I don't have that exact number. I mean, I don't have the exact date off the top of my head. I could pull it up real quick.
But probably nothing was shown prior to them doing any work on the property. The Army Corps came out and said, okay, you've delineated this. Yeah, looks good. That's all wetlands. And prior to that, what I'm getting at is prior to that, there's no pond on the property. And we fight ponds constantly as far as who got the dam, who takes care of the dam, what's the issues, and how tall is it? And is there-
Inundation studies.
You
Yep,
know.
yes.
And so, I'm looking at an area here with no pond, and I'm looking at a cleared land with a pond. And I went over this not long ago with another two neighbors that when their pond filled up, it flooded the other neighbors. But then they said, well, we didn't know when we put the pond in that it was going to block the stream. And I was like, I don't know how you don't know the pond's going to block the stream when you put a dam in front of it. But, I know probably everything is fine now, but I know with my wetlands, I can't even step a foot in there where there's a violation. And to see there's no violation when I see what this is and what it was and what it is now, and believe that there's nothing, that's kind of stretching it for me.
So, I mean, the only answer I can say to that is the people that would enforce a violation, and the Army Corps does it all day, somewhere that fills the site. I mean, the Army Corps is known for going back and sending out violations. The policer of that would send that letter out is not going to. There will be no violation letter from the Army Corps of Engineers on this site. And they have access to all the old aerials. They have their National Registry of Wetland Maps. If they had a problem, we would know about it. So I understand what you're saying and everything, but the jurisdiction that would hand that out is not going to hand it out.
No, I'm not looking for them to hand it out, but I just find it hard to believe that you have a piece of property like this that's got a pond built on it and has been in the wetlands, and all of a sudden there's no violations. So, yes, sir, please, help me out. Thank you.
I have one other thing to add to that, too.
Okay,
Go ahead.
if you look at the pond on another picture of that, it is completely on my property.
Right.
It was never in a wetlands when it started.
What feeds it?
It's just the runoff. There's no live stream feeding that. It's all the runoff from the field, from in front of the house, from the work area. There is no live.
So does it go dry when we have a drought? It just goes empty?
Well, it does, yeah. I mean, it hasn't in a while because we haven't had that drought, but
If I could also add one more thing to that, Mike. So if you look at our master plan, RPA features are based off of anything that are fed by anything perennial, a stream, a spring, or anything. You will notice on our master plan, the RPA is taken from the wetlands on the other side. There was also an RPA study done by Matt Roth with Roth Environmental was the one who did the onsite. There is not an RPA off of that pond. So if that pond was fed by anything perennial, or by a stream, spring, or anything, there would be a buffer off of that. That pond has no RPA buffer off of it. So something else I could add to him that, that dam was obviously put in a gully, but I guess we'll technically never know if there were wetlands there or not. But what I can say is that it's not an RPA feature. There's no perenniality to it. Otherwise, we would be showing a buffer off of that, and a greater portion of their property would be encumbered by environmental constraints. But the RPA buffer is taken from the wetland line on the toe slope of the dam and kind of traces its way up across there.
Because it just looks like on the plans there's a little wetland area in there. And I'm sure that's where the pond is now.
Plans on what?
On this one, on the 2002 property, one that I'm looking at.
That's all wood. I would agree that there's an indentation there, but you're not, those are all trees. You're not seeing the ground or anything there. That's forest.
I don't know.
Again, we can have our two different opinions on that, but I would
yeah.
agree that you could see an indentation.
That's where the pond is.
Can we pull up our I don't know, in our slides where, do
Well,
you
what
have
I'm
easy
saying
access to our
is-
master plan? I don't know if it's on this one, but so, yes, Mike, there's a draw there. That's where the pond, yes, that is where the pond is positioned. It was positioned in a draw, and that's also why it then catches that's what that's what keeps the water in it.
I've never seen a pond that retains water that just is there. But that might be the first one in the county I've ever seen. So, and if the wetland people don't have a problem with it, I just know we can't cut a tree down anywhere that it doesn't affect something
So I
around
would
an
agree.
RPA area.
I would agree. I mean, every client we deal with, James City County is the strictest when it comes to any sort of RPA or,
Which is good. I
Chesapeake
mean-
Bay or any. So I agree. So I mean, I agree
I
that.
fight it too, but it is a good thing because it protects our environment, which we all should be protecting. I just don't see where, and there was something in the report that said had impacts.
So that's where I was going down the lines of the opinion. So yes, as part of the SUP conditions, there is mitigation for RPA impacts. So some of the, on the side where their mulch area is, it falls into the RPA buffer, as well as at front gravel parking lot. There's a portion of that that falls within the buffer. So kind of going down the lines of what you were just talking about, cut down a tree, you got to replace it. So there will be, as part of the site, if approved, as part of the site plan process, they would have to remove, any gravel, any impervious, any storage that's going on within those areas and re-mitigate it. And if I had to guess, it'll probably instead of normal mitigation, they will probably be required to plant double due to it being or whatever. Since it was done illegally, to be corrective. So they'll be doing double the mitigation.
And I'll tell you a little quick story and then I'll stop. On my property there on Richmond Road, it was Wright's sign shop that he built evidently illegally. And, it somehow got through, was connected and all that. But when I moved into it, it was a business. So I moved into it as a business. So I'm thinking, okay, I'm grandfather's business. Till I came down to the county and talked to them and said, hey, look, this is owned A1, but it's a business. And they said, no, this needs to come into compliance. And so I spent $50,000 with my little piece coming into compliance. And I had to take away impervious cover and everything else that Ray had put out there and take that down. I wasn't adding anything. I wasn't changing anything. And take a lot away and limit my hours and everything else operation for, to continue.
The SUP item for there to be, a site plan that brings this site into compliance will be a significant, not a challenge, but it will be a significant thing to accomplish by checking the box on stormwater requirements, landscaping, but everything that goes in with a site plan. So yeah, I agree to your point that it's no simple, in my opinion, as I was thinking about it driving over here, it's not even, a slap on the wrist that, hey, you just need to get a site plan. One other, I'll go with your story. So Mark's Pest Control over on Richmond Road in Towano went to the county and said, hey, I want to, I'm moving in here. Hey, I need a site plan. And he came into land, this was before my time, he came into Land Tech's office and said, hey, the county just says, I just need a site plan. Can I come back this afternoon and pick that up? and he, same line as yours, much landscaping later, a BMP later, a lot of, investment that has to go in. So though it's very simple to just say, hey, go get a site plan.
That was a house that was original.
Yeah, a house that was already there and everything. Yeah, so there's a lot that goes into that, which, would be a good positive to bring the, it's a functioning site. It's a, functioning family business. Let's bring it, I live up that way. I live behind the big yellow chair on Towano, from a personal side note, bring it into compliance and make it a good business for the county.
Now, folks, I want to ask y'all a question too, because I've heard all, and just tonight we didn't get any notice, but John Reed's, we had gotten quite a bit of notice. Where's the truth in this story? I mean, I'm getting both sides. Y'all are, y'all didn't do this, you didn't do this, you didn't do this. So it leads you to believe that y'all might be evil, which I know you're not. But on the other side of it is we got to bring it in compliance. When did y'all know? And why didn't, if you knew, come to us and say, hey, I've just figured out something's going on here and what do we need to do? Because it would have been a lot easier to go, what do I need to do to fix this going on here? And was there ever a point in your time that you...
Because we've never had anyone from the county come stop us. Like I said, our signs are on our truck. We've never tried to hide our business. We we help out neighbors, we, buy billboards at sports events. We've never tried to hide what we were doing. No one ever said we weren't doing what we were supposed to do.
And in the county.
We get our business license. I send in my list of equipment.
And see, that's what I'm trying to figure out. And the county on the other side has got records of everything they've sent you. So it kind of puts me in the middle there of, I don't want to not believe anybody. I want to believe everybody. And so, that's a struggle I have right now is that, where is that middle ground? All I have for a moment.
Thank you. I had a quick question for Chase. Chase, what is the date of the letter from the Army Corps? And did you bring a copy this evening?
I have a copy in my email. I do, which I could pull up in a matter of probably like 3 minutes. I believe it was provided to the county as well, at least the environmental people. But give me 2 seconds.
You know if we have it, Mr. Holt? Okay, thank you. That's fine.
I'm pulling it up right. No, that's not it. I got it right here. January 27th, 2022. Preliminary jurisdiction determination. This letter, dear Ms. Hertzler, this letter is in regard to the request by Roth Environmental on your behalf for a preliminary jurisdictional determination for the aquatic resources, wetlands, streams, and ponds on the approximately 28.6 acre parcel located at 9735 Barnes Road in Toano, Virginia. The map entitled Wetland Delineation Map by Roth Environmental and received by the Army Corps of Engineers on August 18th, 2021, provides the locations of 3.8 acres of wetlands and 2,550 linear feet of waters within the project area referenced above. This letter is not confirming the covering classifications of this aquatic resources. These aquatic resources exhibit wetland criteria as defined in the 1987 Corps of Engineer Wetland Delineation Manual. Blah, da, da, da. Sorry, I'm trying to get to where. This is the letter, Ms. Larson. I just don't have the exact letter. I'm sorry, I'm trying to look for the exact sentence that says, hey, yeah, we agree with the delineation. But this is from the Army Corps letter, which I will provide to you guys.
Okay. But just to make it clear, that does not resolve the issue of other RPA violations that exist on the property.
That is correct, yeah. So the Army Corps of Engineers is only jurisdictional for the actual wetlands within themselves. The county enforces the 0 to 100 foot buffer.
So when it comes to the question of compliance, so as I understand it, there was a complaint on February 28th of 2019 about activities on the property that when our county staff investigated that, they found that there were violations and asked you to try to come into voluntary compliance. We're now 3.5 years after that request. The staff informs me that it took a number of efforts to get voluntary compliance with from you. So I guess I'm wondering, if you were informed that there was a problem, why is it taking you so long to be here, and why were you resistant to doing something about it when you were informed that the property was in violation?
Took a while. When we got the letter, we went to Land Tech to get started on a process of a site plan. It took a while to get them going. They were busy. And then COVID hit, and everything just kind of went.
Got the first letter, and we asked, to come out and meet, and why aren't we in compliance, and what happened to cause the letter. It took a lot of back and forth to figure out, and then before I think the lady's name was Terry, came out to actually look at the property and talk to us and then say, okay, we need to get an SUP. Also in the middle of that, I broke my foot and was down for about 23 weeks. So that kind of kept me from doing some things that needed to be done. But everything just moved a little slower with COVID and.
Well, COVID, of course, didn't come in until the following year.
Yeah, but everyone got busier and, I mean, things
right.
got backed up and,
But
yeah.
But staff indicates that it was hard to get you to, agree to sit down and start working through this issue.
Admittedly, we were a little shocked, but
Well,
we
yeah,
tried
okay.
to, I mean, I don't think we were being,
Thank you.
I don't know, I apologize if we were. We were admittedly a little shocked, but we were starting the process.
For what it's worth, Mr. McGlennon, this process started with us in late, or, middle to late 2020 with a proposal and starting to work through that. So it's been a job on our books for quite a while. So it's not like this is something that, just came to us this summer and we were able to, as you saw that wetland delineation letters from earlier this year. So it's been a work to, get all the process done, big property to survey and do topo on and check all those boxes.
Have we opened the public hearing? I apologize. Or,
No, we haven't yet.
okay,
Yes,
okay.
I thought we had for the applicant.
Yeah, we're just going
I-
through the
I opened the
applicant-
public hearing so
applicant-
Mr.
No,
Getty
we
could
haven't
speak.
opened it yet.
Okay,
We're
Right.
just going through the applicant's question.
Right, this
okay,
is.
that's fine. Yes, no, I just
There
trying
is
to,
somebody who wanted to speak, and so it might.
Trying to get straight.
Might be worthwhile to ask the applicants to sit down and let the person who came here to speak on this issue get their chance to get their words in. Is it Pam Woodson?
Open the public hearing.
I'm Pam Woodson. I live at 133 Racefield Drive. I met the Hertzlers because our sons played baseball together in junior high, and of course, my son's now 30, so it's been a while. And through that junior high and high school time, the boys would get together to practice because our boys were homeschooled, and so they played in Richmond, which is the homeschool league. And so we were on the property, we were around the property, never saw any issue. They kept it well done, well kept. We drive Barnes Road, obviously, all the time, have never run into any issues with traffics or their trucks or anything. From Barnes Road, you don't even know a business is back there because it's not like you see mounds or tools and trucks or anything like that. It is very neat. You see trees and, a trailer that used to belong to one of their parents that they lived in. Other than that, it's not been any issues. And like I said, we've been over there with them as a friendship for a while. Haven't seen them now for a little while because I've had some issues, but never has that property ever shown any disruption as far as really, anything that looks bad or obvious. They've kept it. We've seen the mulch piles, but that kind of comes and goes. And I think, what they're doing as far as with the logs and the dirt and the mulch and things like that, I think it's something that's a benefit to the county with their grading, that they're just not dumping it in a landfill or whatever, that it's being used. And, I also volunteer at Dreamcatchers, and so I used to be on their barn crew, and I know how much horse manure gets done. So I didn't even know until tonight when they said something. I didn't even know they were using that, so it's like hallelujah that some of that's going to good use. So, I really want you to consider just to allow them to do their business and whatever compliance. I understand that. There is compliance that needs to be done in everything. And I know personally, we're actually trying to replace a deck to the back of our house because it's old and dilapidated, and our entire house got put into the RPA zone except for the front corner. And we've been living there 40 years. So, things have to come in compliance and new hoops have to be jumped through. But I really think with their business and their family, if you know them, with their sons living right there adjacent to them, and if my child lived in a property right next to me, I'd make a little path for my cart or my son or my daughter to come through and me to get to them. And I know that's what part of this road issue is for them to have great access to their kids. And I don't see any problem. And like I said, the noise, I've never noticed any noise. Yeah, we're a little bit farther away across interstate because of Racefield, but when I've walked my dog, I do walk my dog through there occasionally and up to Barnes Road, especially in the winter with the traffic and stuff less, that I've never noticed any smells, any traffic, any problems whatsoever. I know some of the trucks that go through there, people may complain about, but they don't come from them, because when I'm pulling out a race field, I see them coming from the right. And that's been a common thing, but I noticed there's in the past few years, there's been a frequent checkpoint there in front of Stonehouse of trucks weighing them in this, because I know they're avoiding probably the scales on interstate. So, but it's not a Hertzler truck, I can guarantee you that, because I've only seen some of their big trucks coming out of there like 4 or 5 times in years. So they are not a traffic issue. So please consider letting them continue their family business. I think it is a benefit to the county. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Woodson. Okay, well, that's the last of the cards. I'll close the public hearing. If anybody has further questions for the applicant or the representatives, we can always do that. Otherwise, yes, Ms.
I
Sadler.
do have some for Mr. Holt, if that's possible. And maybe while he's coming up, I will say I did receive 2 phone calls today from 2 different people who wanted to attend this evening, and they're out with the flu. So, well, I appreciate them wanting to come. I'm glad they didn't come and spread the flu. But they did. They were going to come in opposition to this application because they expressed to me years of noise that they had heard with whatever equipment that they have, and also concerns about the trucks. So while we're talking with staff, I did want to let you know that some people did reach out to me regarding that. Mr. Holt,
Yes, ma'am.
I think I see you up there on my TV screen. I'm curious as to how certain businesses, especially contractors' businesses, seem to end up in situations such as this, because I know we had a similar contractor's office on Centerville Road, and we went through something very similar. Can you explain, please, how it seems to get to the point where we are now, if that makes sense?
Makes complete sense. It's a tough question. For sure, I'm not sure there is a generic answer that applies to all of them. Certainly, I think a common theme does have, as you heard tonight, there is somewhat of a general misunderstanding about what some of the county's codes are. And if the board is interested, we likewise have a slide deck with some of the progression over the property's development that we can see over various aerial photographs. I think a lot of it does start with 1 or 2 little things, and perhaps either by not understanding or not asking, there become incremental improvements over the properties over the years, and a little bit more of this and a little bit more of that, and things do well. And staff does not proactively track these things down. We are very much historically have been based on complaints that we follow. So, it is possible that over time, may not have heard from the county for a while, because again, sort of based on when some of the timeline of when some of those complaints come in, there can be a bit of time. The county does not have the resources to go out and visit every property annually, or to conduct annual inspections of, say, commercial or other types of businesses to see what's going on versus what's been approved. And so I think a lot of it is sort of an incremental type thing, and at some point, based on complaints, kind of like we had here with the 2019 complaint, it all kind of gets caught up.
Do you said you had slides of this incrementation, if that's the word, of the progression of improvements on the property over the years. Did I understand that correctly?
I'll work to get these pulled up here. Make sure we got them. Start with one of the first ones that the applicant showed in their presentation.
Is this something I'll be able to see on TV?
Might be having a little bit of a
Technical problem?
copied it straight over on the network, I believe. I'm going to work through some technical difficulties here. Just 1 second, we'll
Well, while they,
get it
okay,
re-pulled
while
up.
they're doing, oh, you got them?
Yep. Just give us 1 minute here. Working with technology that works perfect every time.
Down to what it said about the Christmas gifts, so we can see what Jason's getting for Christmas.
That's right. While we're getting that pulled up, are there other questions I could help answer for you, Ms. Sadler? Or
Well,
other
I'm
members
just
of the-
wondering, I'm actually wondering about the compliance with the comprehensive plan, because it's based on what seems to be going on out there, with this being rural land. If I understand correctly, you're allowed to timber on your own land, but that doesn't encompass everything that's going on out there. Is that correct? They're bringing product in and then the machines go. Is that correct? And the trucks and.
You know, that does speak a little bit to some of the history and some of the misunderstandings. Gosh, the board may remember, you know, certainly when the county first adopted all of the Chesapeake Bay regulations in the very early 90s, 100% of the county by code is within the Chesapeake Bay Preservation Area. And so we have some areas that are designated a resource protection area, and those areas that are not designated an RPA in the county, all other land throughout the entirety of the county is designated a resource management area. So kind of answering your question from two ways. Yes, you can timber your property, but under the Ches Bay ordinance, it has to be a formal timbering plan in partnership with the Department of Forestry. There really is not a process by which, without a plan of development approved by county staff, or without a fully involved timbering plan developed in connection with the Department of Forestry, which includes within it the best management practices on how to accommodate stormwater management plan. There really is no in-between. There's not an opportunity to otherwise, just because you have A1 zone land or land in the rural lands, just to be able to go out and clear a huge swath of trees or to make improvements. It has to be,
Okay.
And that's been in place since at least the early 90s with the adoption of the first code. And so, you know, really any substantial clearing, you know, if it's a bona fide timbering plan, you know, for an otherwise wooded lot, those, you know, depending on what type of trees are replanted, those are, you know, once in 20-year, once in 30-year plans, depending on how fast the trees grow back. But, you know, that's the timbering of your own trees on your own property with a Department of Forestry plan. That's not necessarily really in any way related to sort of the commercial activity of clearing other people's lots and then bringing the wood back to this property to be processed. That's an entirely different use.
So with the incremental additions that I'm guessing that you're going to show on the screen, I do see a 2002 image right now. Since it's grown, I'm just trying to understand what's been going on here, because it's quite confusing. So over the years, if there's been an incremental addition to what's been, you know, be it trucks, be it buildings, be it ponds, be it whatever, because of the growth of that, would it be safe to assume that the the size and scope and the intensity of what's going on out there that it would not be compatible with our comprehensive plan because it's rural land?
Sure, and again, I think that is a decision and an evaluation point that's wholly before the board at this point to make that determination about the consistency of this proposal with the comprehensive plan. So we do have, Ms. Sadler, if you can see them on your end, we do have this timeline PowerPoint pulled up, and again, this is a 2002 aerial to just kind of get us started out, which would have been a couple of years after the project was not approved the first time, or the previous SUP was not approved by the Board of Supervisors. Just going to thumb through a couple of years in progression. The next aerial we have is 2007. You can see there has been some additional clearing for sure. I believe the applicant referenced construction of a home around the maybe 2005 timeline. So you're starting to see certainly that structure start to show up. You still have some of the undisturbed forest land back up in here. So this is 2007, moving forward to 2011. So sometime between those years is when the pond first started to show up. And again, it's a lot more substantial clearing internal to the site. 2013, looks like some additional refinements on the property. 2021, it's certainly from the aerial point of view, a lot more evident on the scope and scale and breadth of the operation on the property itself. I think this last image is going to be the same one, but with the county's RPA layer turned on. This will help answer some of those earlier questions about context. So, again, based on very early GIS records, a lot of the initial delineation on the RPA was taken off of GIS records, which were, based on the presence of where streams were and contours and topography. It's very rough data at the time, but it's the best that the county has had. And certainly over the years, as approved development projects come in and as actual delineations occur, our GIS layers and our wetlands inventory and maps get updated. And so, sort of overlaying the older RPA layer here, because we have not had a chance yet to incorporate the new delineation by Land Tech, you can see how this, I kind of call it a thumb, was presumably based off of original topography. I don't have anything here with me tonight in terms of an exhibit that shows historically what the contours were prior to all of this land disturbance and all of the grading. But you can really sort of see the connection with the most current wetlands delineation that Land Tech did is when this embankment was constructed to impound this water, and that got cut off from the natural, the natural stream bed or topo that sort of fed all of this system in here through the natural contours. When all of that got modified, of course, that whatever to the degree whether or not wetlands were there, those then got cut off by this impoundment and this damming. And so, as you can see on the current master plan, that RPA limit now gets pulled way back as a result of that resulting grading and impoundment.
That was prior to the.
So with the stormwater pond that was created, especially on a business property, do we typically require stormwater approvals?
Correct. Full site plan and stormwater management plans and erosion sedimentation control plans and everything else to be prepared in accordance with county plans.
So was that done with this particular piece of property?
No, I think the earlier reference to Land Tech was after county staff reached out based on the early complaint in 2019, after staff reached out to the property owners to talk about what appeared to be the violations based on the aerial photographs, and had a conversation about what the SUP process entailed and what the SUP process requires in terms of backup documentation, which really kind of goes to the master plan question. I believe that's the reference that Chase was answering for the board about how that delineation and how this master plan got developed. That was a result of that staff reach out in 2019, and given the passage of time and when Chase and Land Tech was able to complete that work, that is what has, and that delineation, that is what's produced the master plan that's before you tonight.
And can you refresh my memory, when was this pond, when was that created?
Again, I'm not going to have an exact date, but based on these aerials, it would have been sometime between 2007 and 2011.
Can you go back one?
All right, thank you.
Can you put that overlay on that?
I can't at this point. These are just static pictures.
Okay.
This isn't the live system.
Okay,
These
all
are
right.
just photos
But
at this point.
that was my question earlier, was a pond just doesn't get to be a pond without anything putting into a pond. It would dry up. And so that's where I was like, that had to be at one time wetlands. And when that dam was created, that's when Chase has decided, not he decided, but Roth, and he just reported on it, that now that that dam's there, it's really cut off wetlands. Those wetlands that did exist no longer do exist because now it's a pond. So it's really not considered, now that the topo of this map has changed with the dam, it's really not considered wetlands. It's wetlands beyond the dam on. But I was like, there had to be wetlands originally to get the pond in there.
And
It just didn't
I
grow on
think
its own.
I can't stand up here as a planner and say for certain that within that ravine, in that area where that pond was created, that there were in fact wetlands. Based on the information the county had at the time, it might be an area that was conducive to wetlands, and I think that was the little bit of debate that Land Tech was having, Chase was having with you tonight.
And the pond there can serve as a holding place for any runoffs for the rest of the operation at this point now, I'm sure. And maybe even in the long run, protect some of the wetlands. I'm not promoting the pond or anything else, and I still think it was put in illegally, and I still think that it wasn't, that those were wetlands, and you'll never convince me there wasn't wetlands in there at one time, because a pond doesn't grow in the desert. So, but now that it's in there, it can maybe be utilized as far as a holding area for runoff of the operations that is existing, if there's a liner in this.
Yeah, and again, I just don't know, and since this is a little bit of a retroactive application, I think that is what staff had intended to create in crafting the SUP conditions, was that sort of doing an after-the-fact site plan is where all those calculations would be done. That's where that geotech work would be done to confirm, what the elevations are doing, what the soil is doing. Is it going to leach into the ground? Is it going to overtop that embankment to determine what the surface area is that's causing water to potentially run into that pond? Is that area within the area where they're stockpiling materials, or is it from other places on the site? That's really where that detailed civil engineering analysis comes into play as part of the site plan development. Again, by code, supposed to be done before work is done. A lot of the SUP conditions that we've done here are intended to try to get at that as best as possible an after-the-fact application.
Chairman, one more question.
Mm-hmm.
If this were to come to us where staff's trying to fix a problem that shouldn't exist, but now does. So now what do we do with this? If this were to come to us as a piece of land, as this is what I want to do, and went back out for, public comment or anything else, this is what I want to do, this is what I want to put on this property, this is how I want to do it, this is what county requires, this is what I can do, this is what I can't do, this is my limits, this is my replanning, this is my storage area, this is my heights of my, any mulch or anything else, this is my yard that I can put logs in. Then we could know what this would be. Right now, it's basically, we know what it is. It sounds like the owners want to make it right. But I don't know. I can't vote on this as a yes right now because I don't know what it's going to end up being. But if it comes back to us as this is a master plan on this piece of property, and this is what can be done, hours of operation, how much gravel, how much everything, like we had to do with mine and anyone else's, then I could look at it and understand it a little bit better and move forward with something. But as of right now, I couldn't say, let's go with this and they'll fix it. Well, I got to make sure that we can get on the property. We got to make sure that, we have all the environmental stuff. We have the paperwork in front of us. The Army Corps, I'm sure is correct. And what Chase brought and read to us, I'm not questioning that, but I want to see it written in paper on my desk. I don't want to, I thought it meant this, I thought it meant that, and you know how that goes. And I'm saying anything Chase is saying is not totally 100% correct. I'm just saying I want to see it in writing, and I want to see a master plan in writing before I can make any decisions on this.
So, Mr. Hippel, are you moving that we defer action on this item?
I would ask that we postpone this until we get a master plan that works with the county. Is that, Paul, help me?
So I want to make sure I'm meeting the board's expectations, but at least for me and us working subsequently with the applicant, I don't want to get too tripped up with semantics either. So I think the document that you have before you in your agenda packet, which really sort of represents, in loose terms, sort of the as-built survey.
Right.
That Chase and the applicant team had referenced earlier, that is designed to be their master plan. And staff has tied our conditions back to that plan, which is really a reflection of what's out there today.
But Mr. Holt, I'm concerned about the fact of how we got to this point today. I mean, I personally have received complaints from citizens for years about the noise. And I don't, wetlands and doing things that maybe shouldn't have been done aside, I still get complaints about the noise out there. And no matter what master plan is there, I don't see how that addresses the noise situation from the citizens that I get.
Sure.
So, you have your motion would include a deferral to a date specific, right?
Yes, sir.
And
Since
that
we
being,
don't have a calendar, it'd probably be in February. I would, if we can get a little bit more detail.
Mr. Reisinger's working on this one. We've just given him a different job to do for February.
It's okay, we'll make it. We made tonight work.
Well,
I'll defer
what
to the
time.
applicant for input. I have some thoughts as well, but let me defer to Mr. Getty here.
Yeah, Chase was just whispering in my ear if it could be March,
That's
would
fine.
be much more doable.
I just, March, April.
Looking for, I guess, what exact more are you looking for? Just, hey, this is going to be a lay down yard, or you want all stormwater questions answered, all mitigate, like a full blown site plan?
I want everything answered because, I want it answered because of the issues we had up to this point. and I'm not putting anybody at fault, but I know right now I'm in the middle of a decision, and I've got a lot of this said this said that, this happened, this, and we've got proof of what happened, and we're saying it didn't happen, and so for my trust issue, I want everything spelled out, and if it's not, it's going to be a no.
I would like to add very briefly that what has concerned me is that there are a lot of things that were built on this property that were, as Mr. Holt says, you know, literally everything requires a permit of some sort, and they were built without permits. We don't know what's there. And I think it would go a long way with me if the applicant is willing to work with our staff over the next couple of months and allow staff to have access to make sure that we are very comfortable that we have everything documented that needs to be fixed, that needs to be done, because I'm concerned that, you know, it's been 2019 when the complaint came. This is almost 2023. If you look at the conditions, and I mentioned this to Mr. Holt earlier myself, one of my concerns is the no later than dates of 12 months, 24 months, and 36 months. You know, we're talking 2026, 2026, 27, potentially. And I'm not comfortable with that. I want to, if we're going to fix this, I want to get it fixed in very short order, and I want to have some level of confidence that things will get done, because history doesn't give me that level of confidence. So I hope I make myself clear about, you know, what I'm looking for if we defer like this.
And I'll just add one more cautionary note, and that is that though I agree entirely that we need more specificity, a more clear indication of what's going to happen or what has happened between now and then, I'm not in a position to say that that would be the decisive factor for me about whether or not to support this application.
I have a question. If we're, I'm a little concerned that we're putting it off yet longer. My question is, are they going to still be operating out there while we wait?
You know, ultimately, I'll defer to the applicant for any sort of seasonal or operational changes they choose to make. Again, it's from a county staff point of view, as long as an applicant is working to come into compliance and stepping through the process, we hold off on taking, escalating, and furthering enforcement action. Or certainly have not said at a point you have to stop until the approvals are granted.
All right, are we ready for a vote on the motion?
So what are we voting on?
Voting on a
again?
motion to defer action until our first meeting of April.
Of April.
Okay. Mr. Stevens, you call the roll, please.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay. I am going to take a brief break.
He's not allowed one.
the meeting back to order, and we'll move on to board considerations. And with our first item is SUP 220007, Branscome Resource Recovery. And just again, the applicant has requested a deferral until March 14th, 2023.
So moved.
Motion to defer from Ms. Larson. Mr. Stevens, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel? Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Second, we have Stephanie Burton here to present the results of the employee engagement survey.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, Mr. Stevens, Mr. Kinsman, Mr. Purse. I am here today and I'm excited to give you the results of the employee engagement survey. Just to kind of, as a scene setter, talk about the importance of employee engagement. When we find that employees are engaged at work and they find their work meaningful, we would get better results. High engagement fosters relationships, innovation. It retains employees, delivers better services to our citizens, with ultimately increasing public confidence in what we do for our county and our community. At a glance, in 2022, the Employee Engagement Survey results show a resilient county workforce despite the ongoing challenges of the pandemic. Employees share positive feedback about their understanding of the role and responsibilities that they do to support the county's mission and goals, their abilities to meet the customer's need in the work environment, and they feel supported in balancing work-life responsibilities. So that's what you're seeing along on the left side at the highest percentage levels. On the right side, equally important, however, are the items with low scores indicating aspects of the department where employees may perceive a need to change. County leadership and oversight bodies will review how these scores to make decisions and determine actions for improving workplace functions and conditions. And you'll see throughout the survey results that there are some themes around promotion, advancement, communication, and recruitment. I'd like to also point out that this survey was deployed is the same survey that we deployed in 2018, 2020. So what you're going to see is that we actually have some trend analysis. This year when we deployed the survey, it was also at the same time that we announced a targeted pay increase for some of our public service positions. So I think you're going to see some things there that might be reflected. As far as who participated in the survey, we had 663 participants. That's only one response lower than what we've had in the previous year, so we're still staying around a 7% return rate. 73% of the people that participated in the survey were in non-supervisory positions, and 47% of the respondents have been with the county anywhere from 6 to 25 years. Also, 50% of the respondents were female. So the survey looks at 6 key areas and helps us determine key indicators of how we're doing. So in our first one about organizational purpose and direction, we call that the Performance Alignment Index. And it shows, it measures employees' understanding of the mission and goals and how their jobs contribute to the success of their department. So you can see here, very minor ups and downs. It's pretty steady, both at the 2 and the 4-year point. The next index, I call it the Leaders Lead Index, and it measures employees' perception of how our leaders, their professional competency, their behavior, and their interpersonal skills. And what we're seeing in 2 key positive areas over the 4-year trend is a 8-point uptick in managers demonstrating strong leadership skills, as well as effectively addressing poor performance in the workplace. Environmental Index looks at the employee's perception of communication, information sharing to enable teamwork, cooperation, and a safe workplace. And the 2 areas that we see here we start seeing some trends. And again, I think this is, some of the things you're seeing is we've been going through this pandemic for several years. There's changes in the economy. We hear things about the Great Resignation. Also, at the same time that the survey was deployed, we had some of the highest gas prices in 10 years. And so I think our employees were kind of feeling some of that. So with that, there's also high ops tempo. We do have a little bit higher turnover rate. And so it's very indicative to see that there's some concern about sharing information and the pace of work. And that lines up with those other metrics. Looking at our diversity inclusion index, this measures the employee's perception of efforts taken to cultivate an equitable and inclusive work environment that empowers all employees. And the two areas that we see here that have taken a downward turn is in attracting, developing, and retaining a diverse workforce. And that, again, is tied to some of the other comments about recruitment and turnover, and the policy for promotion and advancement. Again, was a down tick. The next indicator is the accountability index, and this measures the employee satisfaction with leadership's administration of the policies, coaching, and providing feedback to help them perform their jobs. Again, all these are just normal. They seem to be the same average over the 2 and the 4 year, showing some stability there. And finally, we call this my job satisfaction, and it measures the employee satisfaction with 4 aspects that directly impact them, which would be their job, compensation, career opportunities, and work-life balance. And understanding the satisfaction along these 4 dimensions gives the county a sense of how our employees are feeling, and it's important for departments in the long run, because satisfied employees will likely stay longer in their job and reducing turnover rate. So here are our next steps. We are working with county leaders and oversight bodies, and we are reviewing these scores to determine what actions we can take to improve some of the things that we're doing. We are looking at compensation, promotion and advancement, our recruitment, and performance and communication. And pending your questions, that's what we have this evening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burke. Excellent presentation. Anybody have any comments or questions for Stephanie?
I think that COVID may have played a role in some of this, and not only that, but how the nation all feels as a whole, as far as, it's like a lot of people aren't as trusting as they were before we went into COVID, and how that affected everybody, and everybody got affected differently, and doing work, doing not work, and people working from home, now they're back at work and adjusting to that. And I think our levels were really good as far as all that, going through all that. But I think that affected a lot of your answers.
Excuse me, Mr. Hipple, can I get you to pull your mic too? Sorry about that.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, that's right.
You don't have to
I pulled it over.
Yes, sir.
And I think that had a lot to do with the, with everything that was going on, is just as far as, people just, in trying to adjust back to normal life. Hopefully we'll be there shortly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I agree.
So thank you very much for the information. I always think that it's really good to look at these types of things. I would take a moment to really thank you and the HR team for the initiatives that you do. If people are not taking advantage of the several programs that stress, there's been ones about healthy eating, it's been, just all types of different programs that I find very worthwhile and learning something from. So I would highly encourage people to take advantage of those. It's great if you can do a 4-year and it's mine, but there are some numbers here that are concerning to me. And so I'm sure they are of concern of you all and of Mr. Stevens. And so I hope that there are some that we are going to laser beam focus on. And I'm sure that everything that is going to be said is going to be, there's a lot of different factors that weigh in. And lots of times the thing is never the thing. But we have to do what we can do to make sure that that time that is here is one that employees want to be here. We don't want somebody here that doesn't want to be here, because then that goes into the customer situation. And we want people to be able to work together, et cetera, et cetera. So I do hope that, we will focus in on some of these and that we'll see a little different shift in the numbers and some of the numbers, but I do appreciate everything that everybody's doing to try to have a positive impact.
And I'll just say that I know Mr. Stevens has been working on the question of compensation and looking at where we stand in comparison to other jurisdictions in the area to make sure that our employees understand not only that we value them in terms of a pat on the back, but also some tangible benefits as well. And thank you very much for that survey. I will say that I'm really very pleased to see that very high rate of response. 70% is a pretty good turnout.
Yeah, the bar is so high, I get nervous
Yeah.
every time it's time to do it again. So, thank you.
Thanks for hanging out till 9:15.
Yes, thank you.
Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas and thank you.
And so we'll move on to our final board consideration, which is the fiscal year 2022 annual report. Latara Russ.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors. Evening. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you for allowing me to present an overview of James City County's fiscal year 2022 annual report. The annual report highlights the accomplishments of county departments during fiscal year 2022, which is the period from July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. For this presentation, I'm going to cover a few achievements for each department, and the full annual report document is available on our website, jamescitycountyva.gov.
Maybe could you go back for just one moment?
Sure.
And maybe could you tell what that picture is that is on the cover? Do you know?
That is a beautiful picture.
I believe this picture was...
Of the Brickyard. It's
Yes.
newly acquired property, and I just think I think that's really important to point out. So
Yes,
go ahead.
thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. For community development, the Board of Supervisors adoption of the updated comprehensive plan sets forth the vision for the county's development over the next 20 years. Substantial progress occurred on Long Hill Road and Skiffs Creek Connector transportation projects, and community development initiated work on the Natural and Cultural Assets Plan. Here are a few highlights from the Office of Economic Development. The office secured a $700,000 grant from the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development to establish the Small Business Relief Program to provide necessary assistance to nearly 100 small businesses in James City County. They also established a glass-only recycling program in collaboration with General Services and the OI Glass Plant in Toano. In financial and management services, plans for the $14.8 million in American Rescue Plan Act funding were developed based on department requests, analysis by financial and management services, and approval by county administration and the Board of Supervisors. Risk Management reestablished the Accident Review Committee to review vehicle incidents, identify trends, and develop policies to help prevent future vehicular accidents. The Fire Department and Emergency Communications staff collaborated with Virginia Commonwealth University Medical Center EMS Fellows to study and improve cardiac arrest survivability. They also successfully demonstrated a Federal Emergency Management Agency evaluated evacuation assembly center drill at War Hill High School. For general services, the facilities master plan built on the information gathered in the 2020 space needs analysis for staffing needs and support space. General Services created the Litter League to offer litter cleanup kits, including a 5-gallon bucket, litter grabbers, gloves, and vests that can be checked out from the library. Human Resources held its first in-person meetings for open enrollment, including 15 informational meetings in which 200 employees were assisted, and they hosted an all-day benefits fair event. The minimum staffing wage was increased to $13.36 per hour, and HR administered a cost of living adjustment increase for staff. In an unprecedented year of employee turnover, HR brought on 295 new hires, including 126 full-time, 43 part-time, and 126 temporary on-call employees. In Information Resources Management, the Web Publications and Records Management Team division relaunched the James City County, Economic Development, and James City Service Authority websites with a modern new look and advanced search bot capabilities. Video services and general services staff replaced the production lighting here in the boardroom to modern customizable and energy efficient LED system. Video services staff also added live streaming capabilities to remote meetings and live events. For Parks and Recreation, the James City County Marina opened in April 2022 following completion of Stage 1 improvements. The department was recognized for excellence. Parks and Recreation won 2 top honors bestowed by the Virginia Recreation and Park Society: Most Innovative Marketing Strategy for Mr. Lazy Bones, a Facebook campaign to promote outdoor recreation, and Best New Environmental Sustainability for Paint Out Pollution, an initiative to reduce runoff pollution. Here are a few highlights from the police department. JCC Police initiated a drone team as part of their field force unit. The drones have been utilized several times with SWAT operations, serious vehicle crashes, missing person cases, and narcotics investigations. The James City County Police Department hosted National Night Out at the Law Enforcement Center for the first time, partnering with the Fire Department, the Sheriff's Department, and 30 community agencies. Excuse me. In social services, the housing unit received $2,559,000 in federal and state funding to operate current housing assistance programs for 324 households. The Bridges Out of Poverty initiative trained 15 new staff members, 12 resource parents, and 25 members of the Greater Williamsburg Outreach Mission. The Kinship Navigator program served 25 youth and 23 caregivers. And finally, Williamsburg Regional Library's Bookmobile team was recognized with the Virginia Library Association's 2021 Public Library Innovator Award for its mobile Wi-Fi hotspot program, which created roaming internet hotspots during the pandemic to help people with their internet and printing needs. The library also partnered with Parks and Recreation to launch a free high-speed Wi-Fi zone in the Grove community. Library Journal named Williamsburg Regional Library one of the top public libraries in the country, placing it among the 4.7% of public libraries in the nation to receive Star Library status. Thus concludes our overview of the FY 2022 annual report. So I thank you for your time and would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, any comments?
That's well done.
Yeah, very well done.
Thank you.
The one thing I might mention is that under community development, we might want to just point out to the fact that the board also took action to protect rural lands very significantly this year.
Pretty good jump.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Franz. That brings us to board requests and directives. Anybody want to have anything they'd like to?
The only thing I had was I did go to the Clean County Commission Award for Dr. Corvette's dermatology practice over in Newtown on November 29th, and we did the presentation there, and it's a beautifully kept garden that she does all of that by herself right out in front of the office. It was very nicely done. It's right across from Paul's Deli.
Merry Christmas, everybody. That's all I'm gonna say tonight. That's all for now.
Rich's reaction was
I
the
know.
best. Briefly, went to the Hotel Motel Association annual meeting last week, which was very widely attended. Want to thank them for their hospitality. There was a presentation by the Mr. Trivet regarding the Sports Authority and where you are in that process. Also went to, and the chair was also there, the Alliance holiday party, which because we and the County of York and the city joined, they held it here, and they had a very good crowd from all over the peninsula, so thank them for that. Last night, I spoke to the Cub Scouts. I think, oh gosh, I don't want to say the wrong pack. It was 103 or 105. I'm so sorry that I can't remember that. They asked such great questions and were really interested in water and schools and just really, yeah, it was really great, and I appreciate them having me. And just a slight appreciate people, always appreciate people coming out and speaking. I don't know where we are. I don't know where you are with your talks with the superintendent regarding the school budget, and what their ask is, and regarding my earlier comment, what I had said and what I hope will continue to be is that we will work with the school board to, work out compensation. As we can see, we have compensation issues of our own here that we need to address as well. But hopefully, we can all work together. And then there was a comment made that, we certainly need our teachers more than we need certain other things, which, there's not enough that we could say about our school system. But just a reminder to people that things like a sports complex, the reason that we look at things like that are to bring in tourism. And tourism helps increase tax revenue, plus take pressure off of things like the real estate tax. So when we are looking at new initiatives and products, it's not because we're looking at a way, or I speak for myself, to foolishly spend money. It's to find ways in order to increase visitation, which increases then sales tax, overnight tax. People that go to Busch Gardens, Water Country, Colonial Williamsburg, Jamestown, Yorktown Foundation. So things go hand in hand. So anyway.
I want to tag on that too, if I can. And I think John may have been talking about me when I said, we don't have that kind of money. And we don't. So whether he believes it or not, I mean.
Not this John, you're not talking.
No,
about
not
this
you, John. And, but that wasn't to say we wouldn't look at something. See, that's that narrow-minded look at things. It's only about me. Well, it's awful hard to put somebody in jail with a number 2 pencil, but our officers need it too. And so does our staff need it. And so does our fire department. Everybody works for James City County needs a raise of some sort or adjustment. And it's just not the teachers. I mean, the teachers do a great job, and I'm sure I'll catch, I almost said it, something for this. But, it is what it is, and sometimes you need to be told yes is yes and no is no, and grow up and get used to it. And I'm sorry if I got to be the one to say it. But, his comments tonight were kind of off course, and it's easy to sit there and make comments about people and then say, this or that or the other, and then walk away, But maybe he might want to sit down and have a cup of coffee with one of us and say, hey, these are our concerns, rather than come in here and say, we demand. Well, when I hear that, I'm sorry, I'm old school. You're not demanding. And you can ask, we can work together, we can be team, and we always have been with the school. What are we, 104% support? Is that what I saw in the last meeting? I don't think he mentioned our 104% that we're giving right now. I don't think he mentioned that at the podium. He might have forgot, or he may have been teaching when we had that session. So, you know, I wasn't gonna say anything, but thank you for getting me on that box. And that's all I'm gonna say. And John, if you're listening tonight, have a Merry Christmas. Nothing against you. It's just a little education.
And just so there's no future confusion about this matter, you may all refer to me as Cool John from now on.
Oh, yeah.
I heard
No,
it.
And John, two
I'm
comments.
unmuting myself for that one.
Yeah. And I think Mr. Hipple brings up an important part. A conversation is a good thing to have, because if we could converse with one another, 2 points I'll make. One, West Point, they have a large amount of tuition students.
Yes.
That makes a huge difference in a budget. Two, York County receives a lot of money from the federal government that we do not. So that's why it's important to have conversations and we can all learn from one another. But on that note, I would like to congratulate you on your choice, Cool John, of who you picked for your chair awards, both. I thought they were both excellent choices. So congratulations.
Thank
Good
you.
job.
Well, I like to think they represent what the board was doing this year, and where we have been able to make some real progress, or where we can point to people who really are good examples for the community at large. So thanks for.
And just be cool, like
Yeah,
you.
just be cool, right?
Yeah.
Couple of quick things, and I won't go on too far. I had the honor of riding in the Christmas parade on the Chamber of Commerce float, which was actually sponsored by European Motors, and Gus Fodiatis did a fantastic job. 50,000 lights on a cabin cruiser, just amazing. It was trailerable. It's good to know.
Great.
Secondly, that Mr. Stevens, you can give me the precise title of this, but I attended Mr. Stevens' meeting with our middle management team, and it was a great crowd of folks, many of whom I know and have worked with, and some who are brand new to the county, and it was just a great opportunity for people to get together, learn a little bit more about each other, learn a lot more about the county and the way in which we are moving, and build some team spirit, and also listen to some real concerns. And so I thought it was a very worthwhile way to spend a couple hours on a nice morning out at the Main. So all that was to the good. I think since our last meeting, we had the joint meeting with the school board and the city council, and obviously we do all want to work together, and I do think it's important for us to recognize, and for the community to recognize, that everybody's being called on to do an awful lot these days. Our school system, teachers are dealing with issues that have not been around for a long time. Just the idea that kids hadn't really had the opportunity to socialize it and learn things that you hope they would know by the time they're in 3rd and 4th grade. And also recognizing that so many of our other county employees are also under tremendous stress because they don't have fully staffed offices, because we know there's a labor shortage out there, and we want well-qualified people to come in here. We need to be competitive for that. I've asked Mr. Stevens to develop a number for us as our population has grown and our county staff hasn't, especially with vacancies right now. How many employees we have per capita and what it looked like, 5, 6, 7 years ago, just so that we can let the community know where we stand. But I did want to mention that city council and school board meeting, and that we are, we're trying to work together to accomplish good things. We're gonna lobby together to the General Assembly to get them to give us some help, and hope that the governor's budget will provide some indication of that as well. Finally, this Friday will be the dedication of the Skiffs Creek Connector, very important. I know that this board has been very supportive of that. Mr. Hippel's taken a role in guiding that through the Transportation Accountability, is that right?
HR TAC.
HR
That's the
TAC,
easiest.
HR TAC, that was very important in this whole process, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity to celebrate the official opening. The road's been open for a couple of weeks now, but the official opening of the Skiffs Creek Connector. And with that, I will just join in the wishes for our citizens, for whatever your faith, whatever your traditions, that you have a happy holiday season, that you enjoy the warmth and of your family and friends, and just have a good time during the holiday season, and prepare yourself for another roller coaster in 2023. And with that, Ms. Sadler, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yes, thank you. I just would like to agree with everything that everyone has just said over the past 5 minutes. Kudos, well said, and thank you, Cool John, for your awards tonight. I agree with Ms. Larson that they were excellent choices, and just so appreciative that we have members of the community who serve like they do with our staff. And I would, along with wishing everyone a Merry Christmas, I would just like to personally thank, and I think I can speak on behalf of all of us, thank Mr. Stevens for what an outstanding job he does for this community and for our staff and for all of us. He just goes above and beyond to make sure that everything's covered. And I just want to personally thank you, Mr. Stevens, for all you do for James City County. I just couldn't be more proud of saying that you're our county administrator. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sadler.
Reports to the county administrator now.
Gosh, it's hard to live up to that billing. I do want to thank the board. You certainly have been great to work with. I appreciate the guidance and the support when we come to you for things. I do want to thank our employees for sticking with us this year, for working through the shortages, for making it appear, at least in most cases, that we're not short-staffed. And that really is our goal. And sometimes we've stepped back a little bit with service delivery, but overall, I know their intent is to try, and they really do enjoy serving this community. I also want to thank our community for their support and patience with us. We've had a number of residents that once we talk to them and they sort of understand, they are much better able to cope with whatever their situation is and some of the delays that maybe we've caused in some parts of their life. Ms. Larson, we do talk with the school superintendent about budget. We usually do that in the January timeframe, so we're a month or so ahead as they're putting that together and her numbers are coming together, and she generally reaches out to the city manager and I, and we'll sit and have some conversations, so I'll have more in early January. And then Mr. McGlennon, the large staff meeting, for lack of a better title, has been something we started here some years ago. The feedback from our staff has been very good. If I could just keep it shorter and maybe not rush people sometimes or rush them more other times, but I do appreciate your support and other board members who have attended in past years, and I do think it's a good meeting so that we all see we're on the same team and get some updates, and so that has been a good experience for us. So with that, I would just wish everybody, as others have said, Merry Christmas, safe, happy holidays, and look forward to seeing folks and working with them in 2023.
Thank you very much. And we had scheduled a closed session tonight, but I believe that people are ready to act on these appointments in open session. We have 2 staff appointments for the Williamsburg James City County Community Action Agency Board of Directors.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would nominate Ms. April Melton and Ms. Dominique Morissette to serve on that.
We have a nomination. Mr. Stevens, would you please call the roll?
And that is that 5-year term
Yes.
that goes through September 25th, 2027.
Right. You said.
Second that. Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel? Aye. Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Mr. McGlennon?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, and I'll entertain a motion to adjourn until 4 p.m. on January 10th, 2023 for our organizational meeting.
Okay.
Moved.
Mr. Stevens, please call the roll.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Mr.
Aye.
Hippel? Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Ms. Sadler?
Aye.
Mr. McGlennon?
Aye.
Motion carries.
The
Meeting
ayes have it.
adjourned.